Hide the planet! Hide the planet! Shut up again!
We're in.
Shall we play a game?
How about global thermonuclear war?
Hey there, HackerFrogs. It's me, the Shy Hat, and we're doing HackerFrogs after school today. As per usual, we're going to be doing 3 different topics on the stream. And the first one of those topics is going to be learning about C language. So we're learning about C programming in preparation for learning about things like reverse engineering and binary hacking. So these are 2 popular categories inside of cybersecurity and in CTF games. And in order to better understand the programs that are used in these CTF games, we're going to be learning about how to program in C. Neems says, what's the schedule? Yep, so the first thing we're doing is we're learning about C programming for the first hour, and then we're going to be moving on to a different topic for today. And then the topic we're going to be talking about is we're going to be talking about debugging. So we're going to be debugging a Windows program with the x64dbg program, and we're going to be doing that through TryHackMe. So TryHackMe has a little module over here called Windows Reversing Intro. We're going to be going through that room and taking a look at some of the concepts over there, but we're going to be doing it through the x64dbg program because we had a visitor last week. And the visitor last week was talking all about the x64dbg program. So we decided to take a little bit of time in our stream so that we can play around with the program and see how this debugger works compared to the other debuggers we've used so far. So this one's going to be a little bit different because it's going to be a graphic user interface debugger as opposed to the purely text-based ones we've been using so far with Radare 2. And that's going to be in the second hour of today's stream. And in the third hour of today's stream, we're going to be covering Black Gold. Black Gold is a Windows Active Directory challenge from the Hackers Labs, and this is a virtual machine challenge where you deploy a Windows Active Directory machine on your network, and then you hack against it until you get super access to it. Hopefully, well, we'll see what happens. So we didn't quite get there last week, but hopefully it goes over better this week. Okay, Geek Researcher on YouTube says, hello, Geek Researcher on YouTube. Nice to see you here. why don't you have a Nyan Cat to welcome you in, and welcome to the stream. Okay, so let's. So this is going to be in the 3rd and 4th hours of today's stream. Please look forward to that. We're going to be covering all sorts of methods for hacking against Windows targets, and we're going to try to go through this one very methodically and root out all its secrets. Okay, so let's go ahead and start with the first thing we're doing for today, and that's going to be learning C with Codecademy. So if you don't already have an account over at Codecademy, you can make a free account over there. And then you can access this course over here. It's totally free. Flexify asks, what proxy service is best in your experience? So I don't use proxies. If I wanted to access services that are geo-restricted, I would probably use proxy services. Are you talking about you're talking about VPNs, right? Or if you're not talking about VPNs, let me know, and maybe I'll have a different answer. But for the most part, I don't use VPNs. I don't use proxy services. I'm kind of the wrong person to talk about as far as this topic is concerned. But if you're asking me if the ones that are advertised on people's YouTube videos are any good, I'd say, let's see. I think Proton VPN might be pretty good. So Proton VPN. So this is associated with Proton Mail, and I think it looks pretty good. And Proton Mail has got a pretty good reputation. So if you want to check it out, let me just drop the link in the chat. I'm not being sponsored, but I don't think about VPN stuff very often. Okay, so what were we doing? Okay, so this is the course on C conditionals and loops. Let's get the link. You want to use them for Kali. Oh, are you talking about? Are you talking about a proxy service to hide your traffic? Is that what you're talking about? Okay, so let's go ahead and start our course over here. So this is learning C, conditionals, and loops. So when we're Flexify. So I think what you might want to try is you might want to try a VPN. When you log into a VPN, it's going to give you a different IP address, and I think that might be an okay choice for hiding your traffic. As far as how to hide your traffic and stay invisible at a deeper level, I don't know too much about that, but there is a very good book out there. It doesn't go into super technical details, but it is a very famous cybersecurity book. It's called The Art of Invisibility, and it's by the late Kevin Mitnick. Kevin Mitnick, of course, was one of the most famous hackers. Well, most infamous hackers anyways. And let me go ahead and, yeah, I'll just drop the Google search link. There you go. Okay, so yeah, so as far as learning C language, we have to deal with conditionals. We need to let the program know where to branch off in its instructions, and this is what we're going to be learning about today. So conditionals, mostly we're going to be talking about if statements and whether or not those if statements are going to trigger depending on how we code the program. So let's see. Offensive Operator on YouTube says, Proton VPN has VPN profiles, but you can use OpenVPN from the terminal. I recommend Mulvad VPN since it's more private. So Offensive Operator says you should try Mulvad VPN. I don't have too much of an opinion on that because I haven't checked it out. Neems says, will reading hacking books really help us improve? What do you think? You should consume the media that appeals to you the most. Some people are really, they only get information from reading. Some people get information the best from doing hands-on tutorials, and other people only, they really get information. They really get information well from watching videos. So whatever media that appeals to you the most, that's what I would do. Okay, so let's go ahead and start the course. I think I might have had some progress. Okay, let's go ahead and move into the course. So we're talking about conditionals. So the introduction here says, oh, that's a little bit too big. So every program we've seen so far only has one possible path of execution. They all execute line by line from top to bottom. And every time you run one of those programs, it gives you the same exact result. But it's the 21st century and we like options. So in this lesson, we're going to introduce logic into our code and explore how programs make decisions by evaluating conditions. So we're going to be covering the following concepts. We're going to be using some different statements here: the if statement, the else if statement, and the else statement. And we're going to learn about some switch statements. Then we're going to learn about relational and logical operators and ternary operators. So if you've already learned these concepts in another language, go to the next lesson, else prepare yourself, and let's get started. So we've probably learned about these kind of concepts inside of Python if we come from a Python background, but they do code things a little bit differently inside of C as opposed to Python. Let's learn a little bit more about that in the lesson. We'll move on to the next section. Okay. So here we've got our coin flip demo. So before we dive deep into the syntax of the if statement, let's do a demo. So here we've got coinflip.c. This is a program that simulates the coin toss. So 50% of the time it's heads and 50% of the time it's tails. So in the instructions, we're told run the program twice to see an if-else statement in action. How many times did it go heads? All right, so as usual in these lessons, we've got our code in the center pane of the window, and then we've got our output from the terminal on our right-hand side. So we've got a program here, and we've got our main function. So every C program has a main function, and in this case, we're going to be using a function over here called srand. So I guess this creates a random number, I'm assuming. And it takes in the parameters time and null. So we've got a variable here called coin. It's an integer, and it's equal to the random function modulo 2. So modulo 2, of course, is division, but you're only taking the remainder in this case. And what happens if it is 0? If the number is 0, then it's heads. If it is not 0, then it's tails. So if the coin result is equal to 0, then we're going to print heads. So remember, this particular program is going to return 1 or 0. So when we modulo something by 2, it's going to return 1 or 0, and that's what we're doing over here. So if the result of the coin toss is 0, then it's going to print heads and then a line break, or else it's going to print tails and do the same line break. Jake Mr. Hack says, hello, Mr. Bird. Hello, Jake Mr. Hack. Nice to see you here. Why don't we give you a hack the planet? Yep, we're learning C. There you go.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get in.
Neem says, how do you retain all the info that you know generally? How do you retain all the info that you know? You take notes. You take a lot of notes. You document everything. I've got my GitHub repository over here, and the GitHub repository contains all the stuff that I wrote for the HackerFrogs program. So it's in my GitHub repository. I've got my HackerFrogs. I've got my CTF documents. I do a lot of documentation, and whenever I need to look something up, I look it up in the GitHub repository here. The other thing is you'll remember the things that you do a lot, and it's going to become muscle memory to you eventually. So if you do something a lot, eventually you'll be able to do it very, very easily and without having to look up stuff all the time. So Luis Morez says, do you use Vim? This comes up all the time. So people want to know what terminal text editor I use. And I use the Nano text editor because I teach I teach people who are new to information technology, and the Nano text editor is probably the easiest text editor to teach people. I've never been a programmer, so I've never needed to use the advanced functionality that Vim provides to me. So I generally use Nano, but I do know how to use Vim and how to enter the insert mode and how to quit out of the program. That's the extent of what I know about Vim. Okay, let's go back. All right, so basically we do the function that flips the coin, and it's going to be either a 1 or a 0. If the result is 0, we print heads. Otherwise, we print tails. When we run the code, Neem says, I checked out your LinkedIn. You're not really as active on there compared to YouTube. I do post on LinkedIn, but I post a lot more on YouTube because YouTube is where all of my content and all of my videos are. But I do use LinkedIn quite a bit. I use it a lot more than I use other social media. I use it a lot more than I use Twitter. I also use Twitter, but I don't use it so much. Anyways, so we run the code, we get tails. So obviously, in this case, the result was not 0. And we run it again, and then we get tails again. We get heads, we get tails, we get heads. Okay, so the way that the program knows which one to run, heads or tails, is dependent on this if statement here. We'll talk a little bit more about this. Okay, so we're talking about the if statement. This is the meat of our lesson here. So Jake Mr. Hack says that the random function, is it a library call? So probably the random function is probably part of a standard library. I'm not too sure which standard library it is, but it does seem to be part of the standard library for C. So an if statement is used to test an expression for truth and execute some code based on it. So here's a simple form of the if statement. So if something, some condition inside of these parentheses, and then we've got a code block. So you know something is a code block if it's got squiggly brackets inside of C. So when we were dealing with Python, we knew that something was a code block because it ended in a colon. But in the C language, we know something is a code block if it's between these squiggly brackets over here. So if the condition is true, then the statements within the if block are executed. These statements are any lines of code that would otherwise be normally executed by the program. When the condition is false, the inside statements are skipped and the program continues on. So over here, we've got some code. If the coin flip is equal to 1, then we're going to print heads. But nothing happens if it is not equal to 1. The if keyword is followed by a set of parentheses. Inside these parentheses, a condition is provided that evaluates to either true or false. So if the condition evaluates to true, the code inside the curly braces will execute. If the condition evaluates to false, the code doesn't execute. So in the code above, if flip is equal to 1, the program outputs heads. If it does not, then nothing happens and the program continues. Okay, so what we're going to do here is we're going to do TG Artist. Hello, nice to see you here. And sorry if I missed your message a little bit ago. Let's give you a which one should we do? How about a frog song? This one's just for you, TG Artist. Okay, so what do we need to do in these instructions here? So in the instructions ask, write an if statement that checks if grade is greater than 60 is true and prints pass if it is. Okay, so we've got our grades over here and we need to write an if statement. So we're going to write our if statement. Let's just create a little bit of space to write the if statement. We're going to do if and then some parentheses, and then some curly braces. So all the if statements are going to look like this. There's going to be if, some parentheses, some curly braces, and just to make it easier for us to deal with, we're going to put everything on its own separate line. In this case, if something, printf, so this is the function that prints something out to the console, and in this case, we need to print this, pass, and then the new line character. So pass /n for new line, and we need to specify what we're comparing in this case. So inside the parentheses, if grade 1 greater than 60, okay, so grade 1 greater than 60, then printf pass, and then new line. Okay, so this is done. Let's test this out. Okay, that's done. So number 2, write another if statement that checks if grade 2 is less than 60, and if it is true, it prints fail if it is. Okay, so this is going to be another if statement. So we'll put our next if statement on a separate line here. So if parentheses, curly braces, like this. And in this case, we're going to print f if it activates, and it's going to print fail. So in this case, we're going to compare grade 2 less than 60. Okay, so let's see if we did this one correctly. We run this. Okay, done. So we got pass and we got fail. So this one activated because grade 1, this variable, is greater than 60. And in this case, it's set to 90. And we also have grade 2 less than 60 to print fail. And it's 69, so it did print that one out. So we could manipulate these values over here so that neither of these actually print out. So grade 1 greater than 60, so grade 1 we can set this to 59. And grade 2, we can set this to 60. And now that both of these if statements are false, then this code is not going to run. So when we run this, we're not going to see anything. Okay, let's move on to the next section. So in this section, we're working with operators. So we've already seen relational operators at work. Conditionals incorporate them in all of their forms. So for example, we can do something like this. So if grade is, what is that, greater than or equal to 60, then we're going to do something. Keen Lackway, is that how you pronounce your name? If it's not, let me know. So Keen Lackway asks, what are you specializing in? What am I specializing in? I'm teaching all sorts of topics in cybersecurity. So I wouldn't say I'm very specialized. As far as what I like to do the best, what I like to do, what I find the easiest to do, I like to do web app hacking, and I like to do network hacking as well. So network hacking, web app hacking, those are the things where I feel the most comfortable. So Luis Moraes says, I think memory management is where the fun begins. It is where the fun begins. We'll probably be getting that in about 2 weeks or so. But yeah, the whole memory management inside of this, the C language, it's very interesting, to say the least. Okay, so in much the same fashion, we could have used a, let's see, less than or equal to, or a not or equal to, or even just equals to. Cybernerd Dante says, Web App Gang for life. What is up, Cybernerd Dante? Nice to see you here. Let's give you a hack the planet, because that's what we do.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get in.
Okay, so these relational operators naturally result in true or false expressions, which make them perfect for conditionals. So, however, sometimes we need to write multiple conditions in one conditional statement, In the past lesson, we learned about logical operators. We can use these operators here as well. So we've got our logical operators here. There's 3 of them. There's the AND operator, which is the double ampersand. There's the OR operator, which is the double pipe. And there's the NOT operator, which is the exclamation point, sometimes called the bang. When placed in a conditional statement, logical operators work together to produce one true or false output across multiple conditions. For example, we've got this over here. If A is greater than 0 and B is greater than 0, then we're going to printf positive with the line break. The above condition checks if both conditions are true. If they both are, the if statement passes. If either A or B was a negative number, the if statement would be false. So if A or B is negative, then this isn't going to run because both of these conditions have to be true. Okay, we got some instructions here. Change the logical operator in the conditional statement from A greater than 0 and B greater than 0 to A greater than B, A greater than 0 or B greater than 0. What do you think will happen? So we're going from the AND statement to the OR statement, which is much more loose as far as how it determines if something is true or not. So let's go ahead and change the logical operator. So this is going to be on line 8. On line 8, we've got our double ampersand, which is AND. We just need to replace that with the double pipe. So double pipe, this is going to be the OR operator. If A is greater than 0 or B is greater than 0, print positive. So in this case, we can predict if it's going to print out or not, because A is positive, it's greater than 0, and B is not positive, but only one of these has to be true to print out the statement here. Daniel L.K. Hahn says, from logical operators levels to syscall level will be wild. Well, this is only, I'm trying to teach this, teach everybody about C, just to get an overview about how to read code that is involved in binary hacking and reverse engineering challenges. So it is a little bit wild, but I trust that if people are more interested in learning about C, they can do it on their own after I introduce them to it. Okay, so we've got ads coming up in about a minute, but until the ads run, let's keep on going. Okay, so we know that this positive printf console text is going to run. So we run the command and we get the positive, because at least one of these statements was true. Okay, I didn't mean to do that. Okay, so let's go ahead and move on to the next section. So now add another if statement that checks if both A is greater than 0 and not B is greater than 0. So not B is greater than 0 is, what does this mean? So not B is greater than 0 means B is not greater than 0. It gets a little bit confusing, but that's fine. We'll do exactly what we'll do exactly what they want us to do. Okay, so this is going to be another if statement. So all of our if statements are going to look very similar. GredXT, hello, nice to see you here. Why don't you have a fun little video redeem? How about a go to hack?
Mr. Hat, may I please be excused from class?
Well, Kyle,
Yes.
you hear me? You go to
Hack.
You go to
Hack.
You
Have a great day.
Hope you can all have a great day. All right, so we've got our if statement here. We need to populate it with something. So prints positive 2 if they are. Okay, so we're going to printf positive 2. Like this. And we've got ads running on Twitch. When ads run on Twitch, we also run them on YouTube. And we're going to go ahead and watch some birds. So I've got some recent bird feeder footage. And this is my favorite bird, the Stellar's jay. He's going to come in for a little snack. But in the meantime, I'm going to have a little sip of water. We'll be back in about a minute or so after the ads finish running. Okay, we've got another 40 seconds of ads left, so let's see. GretXT says, if I don't know C and I'm going to learn a new language, should I learn Rust instead? So I would say that Rust is probably a more useful language to learn. Rust is probably a more useful language to learn in general, but if you want to learn specifically about how to do binary hacking and reverse engineering for programs written in C, then I would say learn some C. But there's no right answer. It's hard to say if there's going to be a lot of demand for Rust developers in the future. That's not something I really pay attention to. But yeah, if you've got time, why not learn both? Especially if you've already learned a language before. If you've already learned Python, for example, a lot of the concepts inside of Rust and C, for that matter, are going to seem very familiar. It's just learning the way that different languages do stuff that's different. Once you've learned one language, it's a lot easier to learn other programming languages. Anyways, let's put the birds away. This guy's having such a fun time. Okay, so GretXT says, I can read C mostly, but not write it. Python expert, basically. Okay. So yeah, there's a lot of overlap in the way that Python treats certain portions of its syntax that looks a lot similar to C. But I would say that if you could learn, you can learn programming languages to different degrees. You don't have to learn, you don't have to be an expert in C to start, taking apart some C code. And you don't need to be an expert in Rust to start developing in Rust. Learn the language to whatever degree you feel that you need to get the job done. Okay, so what are we checking here? We're doing the if statement that checks if A is greater than 0. Sure. So A greater than 0 and so that's the ampersand here, and not B greater than 0. So not B greater than 0. So this is the opposite. So not B greater than 0 means B is not greater than 0, which means it's negative. So this is going to run because both of these conditions are met in the code. Let's go ahead and run the code. Okay, that's done. So let's see. Luis Moraes says, do you know how to use GDB for debugging C code? Do I need to know how to use GDB? So GDB, are you talking about the GNU debugger? I don't use the GNU debugger as my regular debugger. I use Radare 2 for debugging. I'm not too great at it, but I'm trying to learn because Radare 2 is very commonly installed on a lot of Linux distros. In particular, it's installed on like the picoctf web shell, and it's also installed on Kali Linux by default. 187 says Pinkhead waving. Hello, nice to see you, 187. And why don't you have a Nyan Cat? Here you go. Okay, so let's go ahead and go to the next section. Okay, we've got the else clause. So up till now, we've got the if statements that run if certain conditions are true in the code. And in this case, we're going to specify what to do if the statements are not true. So if something's not true, then the else code is going to run. We can also add an else clause to an if statement to provide code that will be only be executed if the initial if condition is false. So here's the form of an if statement that includes an else clause. So we've got if condition, then do something. Else, do something else, like this. If else, that's correct. Friendly Creative Seal, hello, nice to see you here. And welcome to the stream. Thank you very much for following. And why don't you have a... What else do we have? Why don't you have a woodpecker to see you in? Here you go. Here's a fun little bird. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so what are we doing here? So we've got if statements and else statements. If something, then do something, or else do something else. So if condition is true, then statement 1 is executed. Then the program skips statement 2 and executes any code statements following the if-else clause. If condition is false, statement 1 is skipped and statement 2 is executed. After statement 2 completes, the program executes any code statements following the if-else clause. Okay, we've got an example over here. Daniel LK Han says, I'm just curious, what is the relation between C and hacking that you mentioned in the title? Yeah, so the relation between C and hacking that's in the title is that we're learning C to understand hacking challenges that are written using C. So when we do a lot of CTF challenges are cybersecurity capture the flag challenges, and a lot of the challenges in the reversing and binary hacking categories are written in C. So to better understand those challenges, we're learning a little bit about C, and well, we're learning about programming in C because we're going to be examining programs that are written in C using reverse engineering. Let's see. Franz says, high quality live. Keep going, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much, Franz. Noriaki Kakyoin. Hello, came across the channel. Wanted to know if you have any advice for learning cybersecurity. I'm a sophomore in college doing computer science, and I don't have a lot of free time. So if you want to learn some basics about cybersecurity, the funnest way to do it, well, the easiest way to do it is to do some cybersecurity challenges. So some of the cybersecurity challenges that I can recommend are, well, I've got a YouTube playlist over here that just talks about these kind of cybersecurity challenges, and I'll recommend the ones from the PicoCTF website. So PicoCTF is a great cybersecurity education platform. You can make an account over there and then try some of these challenges. Here's the YouTube playlist. The challenges start off very, very, very easy, and they gradually increase in difficulty. But if you take a look at all the challenges on that playlist, you'll be exposed to a lot of different categories of inside of cybersecurity. But anyways, let's go back. All right, so we've got our if-else statement over here. So if the coin variable is equal to 1, then we're going to print heads, else we're going to print tails. So if it's 1, then we're going to do this. If it's not, we're going to print this. So in the code above, if coin is equal to 1, the program outputs heads. If it does not, then it outputs tails. So it's either or, only one of them will execute. Okay, so what do the instructions ask us to do here? So add an else statement that prints statement that prints fail. Okay, so we've got the if statement over here on line 8. So if grade is greater than 60, print pass. So we can add our else statement immediately after the squiggly brackets here for the if statement. So we're going to do else, and then we're going to add another pair of squiggly brackets, and the else statement, the else statement instructions are going to be right here. So we're going to print f, and we're going to print fail with the new line like this. Okay, so let's go ahead and run this. Okay, that's done. So the second thing they want us to do is this. Add a second if-else statement with the following condition. So grade 2 is greater than 60. That prints pass if true and fail if otherwise. Okay, so we need to do another one of these. So if we want to be, and X asks, can you make the quiz more difficult? Can I make the quiz more difficult? Which quiz are you talking about? And X. Let me know which quiz you're talking about, and I can address your question. Okay, so let's go ahead. So this is what we do as programmers. We do a lot of copy paste. So I copied this block over here. I'm just going to paste in the block, and then we will set it to the new clause. So grade 2 is greater than 60. Grade 2 greater than 60. Okay, so this is exactly the same as the other one, so we don't need to do anything else over here. Luis Morez says, thank you for the response on the GNU debugger. Are we writing an HTTP server with C, or do you have some material related to on your channel that I can look up? So we're mostly looking at C in order to solve CTF challenges. Let me point out some of the CTF challenges using C that we've solved in the channel before. So let me see if I can pull up a playlist. Binary. Okay, we only have one binary hacking challenge, but we've actually covered a few of these binary hacking challenges before. But let me get the playlist. So here's one. Oh, that's not a very good looking link. Let me get the link. So over here, here's one of the binary hacking challenges. And you know what? I can illustrate this to you probably better if I go into the challenge and demonstrate what I'm talking about. So let's see. So this is for the challenge called Pi Time. So Pi Time is a challenge over at PicoCTF, and in the Pi Time challenge, they give you some C code that you can examine. So let's see. The program source code can be downloaded here. Let me just get the link. So this is the link for the file for this challenge. So we can just download this, and let me just edit it using Nano over here. So this is the code for the challenge file that we need to find the secret for. Well, we need to find a secret. Actually, in this challenge, we need to hack the binary and get it to run this function over here through binary hacking techniques. And if we don't understand how to read C code or the different details about how C code is compiled and how some functions can be unsafe when written in C if you don't take some precautions, then we don't really understand what we're doing when we solve these binary hacking challenges. So this is the primary reason why we're learning about how to code in C. That's because we want to solve these challenges over here. But I hope that explains why we're learning about C. Okay, let's go back to the lesson. Okay, so we've just written our second if statement over here by copy pasting, and it's a very programmer thing to do. Let's go ahead and run the code. Oh, looks like we have some sort of syntax error. Hold on. Oh, you know what? Is this on if else? Unexpected declaration. Let's see, which line is this? So this is line 20. Ah, okay, okay. So I think they're talking about the white space. Or wait. Oh, there's a missing curly brace, right? Yeah, there's a missing curly brace in here. That's why we got the error. Closing bracket. Let's see, Luis Morez, thank you. I thought it was for networking. Oh, networking cybersecurity. No. Networking cybersecurity doesn't usually have to do with C code. It usually has to do with stuff like JavaScript, HTML, CSS, PHP, web languages, not C. But let's run this. Okay, done. All right, let's move on to the next section. Okay, so else if. So this is the last part of the if else statement. If we've got 3 different options, then we use the else if statement. So what happens if you want more than 2 possible outcomes? This is where else if comes in. So we've got if some condition, then do this code. Else if some condition, then do some other code. And if all the other ones don't apply, then you do the else code over here. Okay. The else if statement always comes after the if statement and before the else statement, if there is one. Like the else statement, else if statements are always optional. So the else if then takes a condition, and if you can have more than one of them, here's an example of 3 of them over here. So we've got one variable, it's equal to grade. So I guess this would be for students, which grade they're in. And if the grade is equal to 9, then you are a freshman. Else, if the grade is equal to 10, then you are a sophomore. If the grade is equal to 11, then you're a junior. If the grade is equal to 12, then you're a senior. And if none of these apply, then you are a super senior. That's kind of a joke. Anyways, so we've got our instructions over here. So in chemistry, pH is a scale used to specify the acidity or basicity of an aqueous solution. Write an if statement that checks if pH is greater than 7, then print basic if it is. Okay, so we've got our statement over here. Start the if, else if, and else here. So step 1 is to write if condition inside the parentheses, and then the curly braces for the instructions. So we're going to print f basic if the pH is equal to, is greater than 7. So if it's greater than 7, then it's a basic. Okay, so let's go ahead and test this out. Okay, done. So step 2, change double pH to 7.9 to double pH 4.6. Okay, so let's change this from 7.9 to 4.6. Now attach an else if statement to that if statement and check if the pH is less than 7, then print acidic if it does. So if we're going to do an else if statement, we have to do it after the if statement here. And it's going to be else if, and then we've got condition. So the condition is going to be inside the brackets. And we have the curly braces for the instructions. So else if pH is less than 7, then we're going to printf acidic. Whoops, that has to be in quotes. Okay, let's try this out. Okay, done. And the third step is change double pH equals 4.6 to double pH equals 7. So double pH equals 7. Okay, then add an else statement that prints neutral if all conditions fail to pass. So let's go ahead and write our else statement. So the else statement is going to come immediately after the curly braces for else if, and we're just going to do else and then the curly braces, and in this case we're going to do printf for printout neutral. Okay, so I think this should do it. Let's run the code. Done. Great. Okay, so we only have a couple more things to cover today. And just to remind everybody, so after we do this portion of the stream, in the second hour, we're going to be talking about debugging. We're going to be debugging a Windows program using x64 debugger. because we had somebody come in last week who was very enthusiastic about the x64 debugger. Anyways, that's going to be in about 12 minutes or so, but let's finish off our lesson here. So our switch statement. So now that we know how if, else if, and else work together, we can write programs that have multiple outcomes. Yeah, right. Where's that guy at? Programs with multiple outcomes are so common that C provides a special statement for it, the switch statement. Okay, looks like I have to ban a spammer. There you go. Okay, a switch statement provides an alternative syntax that is easier to read and write. However, you are going to find these less frequently than the if, else if, and else's out in the wild. So a switch statement looks like this. So we've got case number. So case 9 is freshman, case 10 is sophomore, case 11 is junior, case 12 is senior, default, print invalid. And each one of these cases is going to be ended with this break instruction over here. So the break instruction means that don't do anything after this. And if you, well, we'll talk a little bit about this, more about this later. So the switch keyword initiates the statement and is followed by parentheses, which contains the value that each case will compare. In the example, the value or expression of the switch statement is grade. One restriction on this expression is that it must evaluate to an integral type, which would be int, character, short, long, long, or enum. I've never heard of enum before, but I guess we can talk a little bit about that later if it actually comes up. So inside the block, the what is this? Curly braces. There are multiple cases. The case keyword checks if the expression matches the specified value that comes after that. The value following the first case is 9. If the value of the grade is equal to 9, then the code that follows the colon here would run. The break keyword tells the computer to exit the block and not execute any more code or check any other cases inside the code block. So in each one of these cases, we need to include the break keyword to tell the program that after we run this code, we break out of the this switch code block. So at the end of each switch statement, there is a default statement. If none of the cases are true, then the code in the default statement will run. It's essentially the else part. In the code above, suppose grade is equal to 10, then the output would be sophomore. Okay? Without the break keyword at the end of each case, the program would execute all the code for the first matching case and all of the subsequent cases, including the default code. This behavior is different from the if-else conditional statements, which execute only one block of code. Okay, so we need to use our switch statement in this exercise. Let's add 3 more cases right before default. So 3 cases before default, we've got case 7, case 8, and case 9. I think we're talking about Pokemon here. So we got the names of different, I think these are starter Pokemon. So we got Bulbasaur. Oh, the evolutions of the starter Pokemon. Okay. Friendly Creative Seal says enum is short for enumeration. Okay, so enum is short for enumeration. I'm not sure what kind of data type enumeration is, though. So let's see, integral types, enum. Anyways, okay, so let's go ahead and make our switch statement over here. So case 7 that outputs Squirtle, case 8 that outputs Wartortle, case 9 that outputs Blastoise. So let's go ahead and let's create some cases. So I think we can just copy paste. So we're going to copy paste 3 cases here. GredXC says, for things you loop through and enumerate. Loop through and enumerate. Okay. I mean, that makes sense, but I've never encountered it before. Then again, I'm not super familiar with C. I've learned it to a degree where I can start reading some C code. Anyways, let's paste in our extra 3 cases, and we've got our extra 3 cases here. So we need to do case 7, 8, and 9. So we're just going to change the numbers here. And then we need to change the Pokemon. So case 7 is going to be Squirtle. So case 7 Squirtle. Friendly Creative Seal says enum status pending running completed failed. I didn't know that this kind of thing existed inside of C. That's interesting. Okay, so case 8 is going to be Wartortle. Wartortle, and case 9 is Blastoise. Okay, so I think this should qualify. So we've got all 9 of our cases here. Let's go ahead and run the code. Okay, so what is the case defined as over here? So the number is equal to 7. So switch number is equal to 7, so it's going to do case 7. So it's going to print out Squirtle, and then it's going to break. Okay, so part 2, remove break from case 7. So in this case, we're going to remove our break. Whoops, So now that we've removed the break from case 7, that means that case 8, this code will also run, but it's not going to keep on running because there's a break inside of case 8 as well. So let's go ahead and run. It should print out Squirtle and then Wartortle, and then it's going to break. Okay, and that's what happens. Okay, so if we remove the breaks from all of these, then all of these things are going to print out. So let's go ahead and try this. So we're going to remove the break from case 9, and we're going to remove the break from case 8, and let's go ahead and run this code and see what happens. Okay, so we got all of these from case 7 until the default here. Let's move on to the next section. Okay, so this section is actually a little bit more difficult to understand if you haven't encountered this stuff before. But we're basically talking about a shorthand for if-else statements. So these are ternary operators. So we've learned that the if-else statement is versatile. It's so versatile that C actually has a built-in special way to shortcut an if-else statement into one line. And you don't even need to use the words if and else. This shortcut is called the ternary operator. It's most applicably used when an if-else statement returns a value, but can also work otherwise. For instance, deciding what to output in a print statement. A ternary operator looks like this. So condition, and then question mark, and then do something, and then do something else. So the thing to do if it's true is this over here, and the thing that it does if the ternary condition is false is this over here. So the above example is exactly the same as if condition do something else, do something else. Okay, we've got ads running on Twitch. So when ads run on Twitch, we also run them on YouTube. Let's go ahead and put on some lovely birds and take a little water break. So we'll be back in about a minute or so. I just need to have a little water break. Enjoy the birds. And if you have any questions or any comments on what we've been talking about so far, let us know in the chat. Okay, so this is a Stellar's Jay. I guess most of the bird clips that I play during the breaks, these are Stellar's Jays, and these are my favorite bird. They're kind of like blue jays. They're related to crows, so they're very smart, and they're just fun little birds. They've got their their punky little mohawk, and I guess the thing about putting nuts and seeds on the ground for the birds is that squirrels also get to eat them too. That's okay. That's okay. Let's go ahead and put the birds away because the ads are over. Okay, so this operator acts exactly like an if-else statement. For example, let's take a look at the following statement. So we've got GroudXT asks, have you seen squirrels climb into your feeders? Yeah, so sometimes the squirrels do manage to climb into the bird feeders, but I've got a secret weapon that prevents them from climbing up, and the secret weapon is grease. So I grease up the pole that the bird feeder is on, and the squirrels aren't able to climb up after they've been greased. Anyways, so if you're looking for an easy way to prevent squirrels from climbing up into your bird feeders, just grease up the bird feeder. They won't be able to climb. Okay, so we've got what do we have here? So if A is greater than B, then min is going to be equal to A, or else min is going to be equal to B. The above if-else statement compares A and B and stores the smaller of the two inside the min variable. So let's rewrite this as a ternary operator. So we've got min is going to be equal to this condition. A is less than B, ternary. So ternary means we're going to do this, compare this statement here. If this is true, then we do A. And if it's false, then we do B. So I guess we're talking about what is going to be the value of min over here. So the question mark marks the check for the condition as if it's asking a question. If A is the smaller number, the condition passes when true, with true, which executes the left-hand side of the colon and stores A into the min. If the condition is false, then the right-hand side of the colon executes, which stores B into min instead. Okay, so we've got some instructions. Run the program to see a ternary operator in action. You'll see two numbers in the output. The first demonstrates how the ternary operator can return a value, just like the example above. The second demonstrates how the ternary operator can be used without returning a value. Okay, so let's take a look at the code. So we've got some variables. We've got A, we've got B, and we've got min. I don't mean to do that. Okay, so print out the smaller number with return. So min is going to be equal to A less than B. If that's true, then min is going to be equal to A. Otherwise, it's going to be equal to B. And then print out the min number. So with this printf statement here. Okay, so the second one is print out the smaller number without return. Without return. So A is less than B, question mark, print A. Otherwise, print B. Oh, okay. So the ternary operator returns a value. Yeah. So it's going to either assign. So the assignment is done over here in this version of the ternary operator. And in this case, there's nothing assigned. There's nothing assigned, but something is printed out. So let's go ahead and run this. So let's see. These compare the same things, right? Yeah, so A is less than B. So it's going to print out, what are the values again? Okay, so A less than B. A less than B. So A is not less than B. So it's going to print out B twice. So it's going to print out the number 5 twice. Let's go ahead and run this. Yeah, so it prints out 5 twice. Awesome. Okay, so we've run out of time. But we're at the end of the lesson already. So we've got a review. Congratulations on completing the lesson on conditionals. Let's review some of the major concepts for the lesson. If an if statement checks a condition that will execute a task if the condition evaluates to true. If-else statements make binary decisions and execute different code blocks based on the provided condition. We can add more conditions using the else-if statements. And we would use relational operators like greater than, less than, greater than or equal, less than or equal, is equal, and not equal to compare these values. We can also use logical operators such as and, or, and not to allow multiple conditions in one conditional statement. We learned that a switch statement can be used to simplify the process of writing multiple else-if statements, and the break keyword stops the remaining cases from being checked and executed in the switch statement. And the last thing we learned was that a ternary operator can be used to simplify the process of an if-else statement. Okay, so I hope everybody appreciated the sorry. I hope everybody enjoyed this this lesson on if-else statements or conditionals inside the C language. And we're going to be covering the next topic next week. And in this case, the next topic is going to be this one over here. We're going to be learning about how to do loops. So loops, well, inside of any programming language, you're going to have to learn how to run instructions multiple times, and the loop is the way we do this. So this is what we're going to be doing next week. I hope to see you there. And this is the link for the lesson if you want to go ahead and try this out yourself. All right, so let's go ahead and move on to the next topic for today's stream. And the next topic is we're going to be covering this debugger right here, x64 debugger for Windows. But we're not going to be using Windows. So because I don't want to use multiple VMs to do my live stream, we're going to be using x64 debugger for Windows with Linux, because cool people do everything in Linux, you know? Anyways, let's go ahead and if you want to join in with us, then you can get access to this room over at TryHackMe called Windows Reversing Intro. So Windows Reversing Intro comes with the virtual machine that has IDA Freeware Edition installed. That's another debugger program. And if you don't want to use x64 DBG, and shout out Mr. Exodia. Mr. Exodia. Oh, who is Mr. Exodia? I could have. Were they in the chat last week as well? iMod1998. Hello, nice to see you here. And why don't we give you a Hack the Planet? Welcome to the stream. Oh, I put one too many E's in the Hack the Planet.
Hack the planet!
Wait, was the creator of X64 debugger in my chat last week? Is that what you're trying to tell me? That's interesting. Anyways, we're gonna be starting this room, and we're going to be using we're gonna be talking about some debugging techniques. That would explain a lot. It would explain a lot about why they were so enthusiastic about X64 debugger. Yeah, for sure. Nah, just shouting out. Okay, okay, no worries. All right, so let's go ahead and so after you've logged into Try Hack Me and you can access this room. So we're not going to be using the virtual machine associated with this room because we have a virtual machine of our own. So that's the Kali Linux virtual machine that we're using right now. And you know what? It's time for some music because we usually do our first hour without music because it's usually a more academic topic. But let's go ahead and play some music from now on. Let's play some. How about some Dungeon of the Endless? This is a fun little. It's a fun little. What kind of game would you call it? It's a tower defense game. It's kind of like a tower defense game, but it's got a really great soundtrack. I hope you enjoy. Okay, just need to make sure that the music is not too loud. Okay, so after we've come into the room here, Neem says am I on THM? I'm on THM, yeah. And do we need to use THM? Well, we're going to be using some of the materials from this room over here on THM, so yeah. If you want to follow along, then go ahead and access this room over here. But what do we have? So it talks a little bit about the IDA program. We are not going to be using IDA, so we're just going to skip over to task number 3. Okay, so we're going to be talking a little bit about reverse engineering concepts. If you find it a bit difficult to find to follow, let me know in chat what exactly is not making sense. I'll try to answer your questions. I'm kind of new to reverse engineering myself, but I thought it would be really cool to introduce this debugger program with the reverse engineering for everybody. So remember how functions need stack frames? Function prologues and epilogues will set up, create, and destroy stack frames according to the calling conventions in use. I will introduce them here to point them out as we encounter them on that journey. Okay. So what is the prologue? So the prologue comes before the body of a function is executed. Not all prologues are the same, but here are 3 things that can happen and the order they usually happen in. So volatile registers are saved. If there is shadow space available and the appropriate compilation options are chosen, the shadow space can be used to hold volatile registers. So in this case, we're talking about memory registers. Let's see. iMod says one of the best tools to use for learning RE. Are you talking about X64 or are you talking about IDA? Because people are very passionate about whatever program they use. So Luis Murez says, "Oh, forgot can't post links. You can post the link as long as you remove the dots, or you can remove the dots in the link." And then we can reform the link and then access them that way. So Luis Murez says, "Have you watched the Low Level Learning channel?" Yeah, I've watched Low Level Learning before. He's Low Level Learning is another cybersecurity channel, and let's see. I think we can look them up on YouTube. Okay, so what is it? Low Level Learning. So Low Level Learning is this channel over here. Let's go ahead and give them a little shout out. Copy the link. There you go. So they talk a lot about reverse engineering stuff. So if you're really interested in reverse engineering and low-level languages, this is the channel for you. They also stream on Twitch if you're interested in joining in over there. We've got twitch.tv low-level learning. I'll just include that link as well. Oh wow, that's a bad-looking link. Let's see if I can just. There you go. Okay, let's get out of here. Neem says, "Do you have a GitHub tutorials? Do you have GitHub tutorials on your YouTube as well? I'm not that good on there." How to use GitHub? I'm actually not all that great at using GitHub myself. It's not super difficult to get started with GitHub. Just post some stuff up there. But if you're having specific problems, the great thing about GitHub is that it's very well, everybody uses GitHub. So if you've got any questions about GitHub, you should be able to look up the solution very, very easily. Okay, so try hack me. What are we talking about? So prologue comes before the body of... Oh, okay, we just talked about that. So volatile registers are saved. Space is allotted for stack frames by subtracting from the RSP. So the RSP is a specific register inside of x86 CPU architecture. And the amount subtracted from the RSP can be used to determine the number of function parameters. Okay, so Imad says, might be good for showing the epilogue-prologue example. Epilogue-prologue example. Yeah, we'll cover that after we... Well, this section over here, we're just talking about it. And then we'll go ahead and take a look at inside the x64 program. But let's just talk about these concepts first before we do that. Imad says, hiding my message. Hiding your message. So I saw you sent 2 messages. Might be good for showing epilogue, prologue example. Hiding the message. Let me... You talked about shouting out, let's see, one of the best tools for learning low-level concepts. I assumed you were talking about... what was it? The IDA program. IDA. What does IDA stand for? Anyways. Okay, so space is allotted for the stack frame by subtracting from the RSP. RSP or RBP may be preserved to be restored later. Since RBP isn't used much for stack purposes in x64, when it gets preserved, it's likely not going to be preserved to keep a stack address safe. Rather, it's going to be treated the same as any other volatile register. In that case, it is used for stack purposes. You may see something along the lines of move RSP RBP, which moves the RSP to where the RBP was at, setting up a new stack frame right in front of the previous one. Interactive disassembler. Okay, that's what IDA stands for. Oh, Godbolt. I didn't see the message about Godbolt. If you tried to send a link, then it might have deleted your message. But if you adjust the link so that the periods are missing in the link, then you can probably get it through. Okay, so generally speaking, it's fine to skim over the function prologue. However, note that it can hint at how many parameters are passed to the function. So this is probably how the debugger programs can try to figure out what functions exist inside the program. So what else do we have? We've got the epilogue over here. The epilogue is pretty straightforward. It undoes or unwinds any stack-related things, mostly caused by the prologue. The epilogue can be a nice place to double-check that you didn't miss anything within the prologue, but it's generally more useless to reverse engineer than the prologue. Oh, really? There's... You know what? I need to mess around with my filters. I think what you should do is just you can paste in the link like bit by bit, maybe paste in the first half of the link and then the second half of the link. Try that out. Okay. So you may see the following things in the epilogue. Addition to RSP to restore, delete the stack frame. Restoring registers usually done by popping registers off the stack, which were pushed on the stack during the prologue, and then return. So that's all there is to epilogues. Okay. So I think we can dive into whatever program we want to start reversing right now. We're just going to play around. I'm not very good. I haven't used x64 debugger before, so we're going to be learning some stuff together. Godbolt.org. Okay. Let me see if I can Godbolt.org. Oh, interesting. Okay. So yeah, this is so godbolt.org, this is a place where you can play around with the assembly language. Yeah, this does look very does look very nice. So you can start playing around with assembly language. I guess you can write in whatever language you like, and then it'll print out the assembly instructions over here. Yeah, this is very nice. Thank you very much for suggesting this, IMO. There's also a free disassembler on dogbolt.org. So Cybernerd Dante, you can post links. You don't need to censor on Twitch. So on Twitch you can post links, but on YouTube apparently it doesn't like links. But I think I can change. I'll be changing that when I get around to changing my my chat settings. Thank you very much, iMod, for pointing this out to me. Okay, so where are we? No, we're here. Okay, so we got task for analysis, function call sample. So here we can download a task file, and then we can start running this inside of the x64 debugger. So I'm just gonna click on here to download the files. So we got WinRE intro samples something something. We've downloaded this. I'm gonna go over to here. And what is in my directory now? There's nothing in my directory now. Let's get rid of this. And iMod says, no problem, just might be useful for epilogue prologue stuff. Ah, okay. Okay, let's go ahead and move that downloaded file into the current directory, and then we can unzip the file and get access to these Windows programs that we're going to be reverse engineering. So unzip this thing. Okay, it looks like we've got two programs that we can reverse engineer. We got helloworld.exe and we got loop.exe. So let's go ahead and run the debugger program. So we're going to run the debugger program. It's x64 debugger, and this was a little bit tricky to get to install on my Linux device, but I got there eventually. Okay, so we've got the debugger over here. It is. Let me know if this if it's hard to read this text, because I can change the size of the fonts inside the program. Anyways, what we're going to do from here, after we start the program, is we're going to open up a file. Okay, the file is going to be in the temp directory inside of intro samples. So I'm just going to open up the Hello World program over here. So we've got the Hello World program running in the window over here, and we've hit the breakpoint. The breakpoint in this case is going to be the entry point for the program. And what else do we have? Oh, okay. So these windows are all kind of squished together. Let me go ahead and resize the windows. so that we can see everything comfortably. So this looks kind of familiar to what we saw inside the Radare 2 debugger. And we've got our memory addresses over here. And over here we have our instructions written in hex code. So let's see. Ronan says x64 debugger is very powerful and easy to use. I suggested it to you when you started debugging. Yeah, actually, I became more interested in it because there was somebody very, very interested in getting me to try this last week, and I think that their username was also x64dbg, so it kind of caught my attention. That was the author. The author was in my chat. Really? That explains a lot. So Bandit, hello, nice to see you here. And let's give you a Nyancat. There you go. Okay, so we've got our hex dump stuff over here. I do not know how to use this program. If any of you in chat are familiar with this program, then we probably could use your help, because I am kind of winging it here. Okay, so we've got our Hello World program. We're currently taking a look at the code. I guess the first thing we need to do is we need to analyze the code, and I'm pretty sure you can analyze it by right-clicking and going over to Analysis and analyze the module over here. So that's going to apply some naming stuff. Okay. So let's go ahead and go back to our text over here. So before you load the program, I want to repeat a warning. So you're prompted for debug symbols. Do not do this. Thank you very much for following Danarchist. Are you an anarchist that is also named Dan? Let us know. Thank you. Thank you very much for following on Twitch. You're now HackerFrog. How about we give you a why don't we give you a Devil's Bedroom? So this is from a famous TV show called Prison Break.
Not every geek with a Commodore 64 can hack into NASA. I mean, these servers have more firewalls than the Devil's Bedroom. Not every geek with a Commodore 64 can hack into NASA. I mean, these servers have more firewalls than the Devil's Bedroom.
Sometimes the servers have more firewalls than the Devil's Bedroom. Did you know? Okay, so getting started. Let's take a look at the sample that calls a function. So for this task, we're going to use the helloworld.exe file. It's usually a good idea to run the program before doing any reverse engineering, so go ahead and do that. So again, when you run the program from the command prompt, the program closes very quickly. So we actually have the program running over here. So we got the program running over here, but it hasn't actually run because we're stuck. We're stuck at a breakpoint right now. Thank you very much for following Zeko TV. Zeko TV? Let me know. Thank you. Why don't you have a Hack the Planet? Thank you very much for following.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up again!
Neem says, that's my boy Roland. Roland from Prison Break, the best show. Zako TV, thank you very much. So yeah, so the Hello World program is actually running over here, but it's currently paused because we're debugging it, and that's why it hasn't finished running. Let's put this away. So we're going to start from the main function. Find it in the functions list. If IDA doesn't navigate to it automatically, the main function should look something like this. So how do we find the main function inside of x64 debugger? So I think, can we search for functions? Search for Okay, I think we need to look for the so the main function should come immediately after the breakpoint, and we started at the breakpoint. Let's reset the program. Okay, so this should be the breakpoint over here. So this is the entry point for the program, and let's take a look at the code here. So sub RSP 28H. That should be the first instruction. ZekoTV, I'm pretty new, but I want to complain and find a solution for that. So let's see. iMod says you're currently in nt.dll, which is doing the setup for the program. You should click on the symbols. Click on the symbols. So where are we? Over here. So symbols. So we're going to click on Hello World, and this is Hello World. Sorry. So we went to symbols, and we double-clicked on helloworld.exe. And what are the first instructions again? So the first instruction is sub RSP 28. Sub RSP. Actually, we could probably look for it. Ronan says, look if this will help. Look if this will help. Ah, you don't have any symbols loaded. Okay, so you can step over until you get to the main. Ah, okay, so we can start stepping into the program. There are a bunch of buttons over here that do that progress the program. So we're looking for the sub RSP function. So sub RSP 28 hex. So sub followed by LEA. Okay. Let's keep on keeping on. I don't know if we're looking at the same instructions here. Okay, sub, and then this seems this seems kind of complicated for a Hello World program, but this is all set up. Okay. Did we run out of instructions? Ah, we ran out of instructions. Windows calling a bunch of everything all the time before you even hit the entry point. Did I press F9? So what is the F9? So this is my first time with F9. Hello World. Oh, is this it? So this is the subtract from RSP 28. So this should be hexadecimal here. Okay. ZekoTV, I want to get CPTS. Oh, okay, we're talking about CPTS. iMod says, ideally we would just know the address of main from Ghidra, IDA, and then breakpoint it. Zeko TV says, I want to get the CPTS, but there's a lot to do. There's a lot to do with these modules, which is reading them is a problem. My English is my third language. I'm a slow reader, and some words I don't understand. Translate them and hack the box. Some modules say that they're going to be 3 hours, and a specific module, there are 8 of them. Not that way. Sometimes I lose hope and motivation. I lose my focus on reading. There's one module that took 8 hours while it said 3 hours. Okay. So Zeko TV, I feel your pain. You want to get a certification? I think. What are we talking about? The CPTS, right? CPTS. That's a hack the box one, right? So I think if you're having problems completing the modules on Hack the Box Academy, I think you should what you can try doing is you can try just jumping into the modules and answering the questions. If you get stuck, you can start doing some reading. That's usually, well, some people they're all about doing stuff and less about reading stuff. I wish you luck. There's no easy answer to your to your problem, but let's get back. So Ronan says, sometimes when opening an executable F9 once will get you to the entry point. Alistair in his radio. Hello, nice to see you here, Alistair in his radio. What's up? And welcome to the stream. Have a Nyan Cat. Here you go. So okay, we found it. We found the entry point over here. So this is the main function. We've got sub RSP28, and then we've got our variables. So we've got our variable for hello world, and we've got, what is this? So hello world with printf over here in this instruction, and then we've got a carriage return. We've got a string, so we're printing it with a string, and then a new line. Alistair says, nothing much, I can't use my mic right now. Oh, I'm sorry to hear about that. Okay, and then what else do we have? We've got hello world with printf. So I guess we can see that this is supposed to be loaded into the RDX. So load effective address into the RDX register. This variable over here, hello with printf. So if we go over to this instruction over here and we breakpoint this, I think we can breakpoint this by right-clicking and then, let's see, where's that bookmark? Breakpoint, toggle. Okay, so we've toggled this breakpoint, and maybe if we go to this breakpoint, we're going to see that that these values are loaded into the registers. So I see that we can see the contents of the memory registers over here. So there's RAX, RBX, RCX, RDX, and then the different stack pointers here. Let's go ahead and run the program until we get to this point. So we're just going to click on run. No, it didn't go. Hold on. Okay, did we hit the... I think we didn't hit the breakpoint I wanted. Let's try going to the next breakpoint. Okay. So we've hit the breakpoint here. You accidentally untoggled the breakpoint. Zeko TV says, thanks a lot. But like, I'm slow, and there's people who are completed the module in 8 hours, while it said 3 hours. I want to know that I'm not alone. Yeah, I think you definitely, if English isn't your first language and you're translating it into another language, it's going to be difficult. Let's see. Samurai Dante says, in general, when I get tired of reading modules, I pivot to a more hands-on experience. I try to do the labs instead, or even take a look at real-world cases of vulnerability that I'm reading about. taking break is also helpful, of course. Good luck learning. Okay, so Alistair, I'm sorry that you broke your microphone and while riding your bike. That's sorry to hear about that. Okay, so did I did I accidentally unset the breakpoint? Let me see if we can find the breakpoint again. Okay, let's see if we can find the breakpoint again. Like I said, this is my first time using this this program, but I'm definitely do see how this could be a very good program for learning about debugging and reverse engineering. But let's... Okay. Zeko TV, thank you for the advice. I appreciate that. The breakpoints tab. We don't have any... there are no breakpoints. Oh, that's unfortunate. Hold on. I guess we're going to go back to the CPU. And I think, can we look for specific instructions? Can we look for call instructions? Can we look for load effective address instructions? Because that would help out a lot. Let's see. GradXC says, I used it quite a bit several years ago to port patches saved from it to another program. Pretty much forgot everything. Maybe the call stack tab. So call stack over here. Hello world entry point. Okay, let's double click on that. So this is the entry point over here. I want to look for the load effective address instructions. So maybe we can search for it. So search in the current module for a command. So we'll look for load effective address. Okay, couldn't find load effective address. So you could just F9 again, I'm pretty sure. So F9. Okay, so if you know you are in start right now instead of main, where does it indicate which section I'm in? Man, this GUI stuff sure is confusing. Okay, so we've got the entry point over here. I don't think it said, but there is an entry point which calls the actual main function. Okay, so that would mean the entry point would be... Oops. Entry breakpoint. Okay, so can we go there? So try all the tabs to see what they show. Okay, we got our CPU here, we got our logs, our notes, our breakpoints, memory map, call stack. SCH script, symbols. So I think we should be looking in here instead of hello world.exe. Ah, here we go. We found it again. Okay, awesome. So we want to set a breakpoint over here. So the breakpoint, I'm going to set the breakpoint here right after these things are loaded into memory, and to RDX and RCX. So let's go ahead and set that breakpoint. So breakpoint, where it's breakpoint, toggle. Okay, so there's a breakpoint here, and I think the breakpoint should show up in the breakpoints tab over here as well. So yeah, okay. So let's go ahead and run the program until it hits this breakpoint, so that we can take a look at what's in the memory registers afterwards. So run the program. Okay, and let's run the program some more. Okay, so we've hit this breakpoint here. So now that the breakpoint is... the program's at this point of execution, we should take a look at the RDX and RCX to see if they've got the strings in there. So it looks like... so the RCX and the RDX do have the strings loaded into them. Let's see, RCX, RDX. Yeah, so hello with print is in here, and then the format string is in RCX. Awesome. Okay. So, well, we're we managed to do something. That's nice. We managed to set a breakpoint, and then we can inspect some memory registers after we hit that breakpoint. Okay. So what else do we have in the room? Ronan says you have the option to get in the function. Get in the function. I think it's F7. GroudXT. I don't know if there are flags in this exercise or not. Let's see. Ronan says I think it's F7. Okay, so let's go back in here and we'll try what Ronan suggested. F7. So are we inside the function here? Okay, so we've got some... I notice a lot of strings. There are a lot of strings that are being loaded in. I guess these strings are printed out under certain circumstances. Yeah, okay. Okay, so next. So this is the main function over here. So notice that we subtract 28h from RSP at the top. For this function, that's the entire prologue. It's setting up the function by moving the stack pointer and creating a new stack frame area. Ronan says F8 is to move one line. F8 is to move one line. So to move execution forward one line. So over here, we got step into, step over. F8. Where are we currently? So we got... oh, did the breakpoint reset? No. The breakpoint's still there. Great. Okay, so this is where we are currently. So you're saying that if we do F7, then we step into? Yeah, okay. So we're moving forward in the program execution when we do the F7 button over here. And we can actually see the different memory registers change values as we step through the program. This is pretty cool stuff. Okay. So printf, what do we have here? So for now we will focus on the first function within the main function, which is called a printf. So IDA does not resolve this as printf, so instead you can identify it based on the parameters passed and what it does when the program runs. So do we identify this as printf inside of, let's see. So printf is going to be, let's go to our breakpoint. So call hello world, and oh, interesting. So if we go over and highlight over a piece of code, it'll direct us to the instructions at that memory address. Okay. So we've got extra instructions here. We've got instructions associated with the memory address here, and I guess we can highlight other pieces of code and it'll show us what is in those sections of the code as well. All right. I don't think this program identifies the printf function either. Actually, you know what I wonder? So we were talking about the Godbolt website. It was over here, right? So if we do something like C language, and we do int main and just do a printf function. Hello world. Does this compile? It says compilation failed. Am I missing something? Let's see, int main printf hello world. Oh, we need to select a compiler. GCC. Oh, geez, we have to select a compiler. Int main and not returning. Oh, return 0? Is that what we need to do? Okay, well, it was worth a shot. Okay, so IDA shows two strings loaded into the first two parameters for the function call. So those would be the load effective address over here. Where's our load effective address? Breakpoint. Oh no, the breakpoint disappeared. Hold on. I think I got there by going over to... Hello world, like this. Yeah, over here. So let's see. Do we... Now we have the breakpoint here. Semicolon on return. Oh, right. Where were we? So the compiler... There. Still doesn't reply. Also main. Main, yeah. So main is a function, so it needs these parentheses. I mean, the syntax looks okay now. Not sure why it's still not compiling. But let's go back. Okay, so let's see. So there are two strings loaded into the first two parameters for the function call. The first parameter, which is passed via RCX, is the format string new line, and the second parameter in RDX is the hello with something string. So immediately after the two parameters is the call. In IDA, you can rename this the sub something something to whatever you want to by right-clicking and doing the rename, or by selecting the function and pressing N. Renaming variables and functions is very useful when you're dealing with bigger projects. So that's it for the call to printf. So we can rename. Okay, let's try doing this. So inside here, we're going to rename this. Do we get the option? Do we not get the option to rename this? I would assume, I mean, the easiest thing to do would be to right-click it and then select rename. But maybe that's not how you do it. Label. Label current address. Label this thing. Okay. So label this and add a note on the right. Okay, so we'll label this one printf. Printf call. Okay, so we've renamed this function over here to printf call. Okay, cool. So let's see. That's it for the call to printf. The first parameter is the format string. The second is the hello something string. And printf makes the magic happen. Feel free to look into printf more if you like. And then we've got standard cout. So I mean, I know what standard out is, but what is it? Why is it cout in this place? Or let's look at the second function call, which is standard cout. We can identify that it's standard cout without using the. Oh wait, is this the function that exits the program? Oh, it's C++. That's more like the C++ way to print. Okay. I'm treating this is a C++ program. We should probably, yeah. So there's going to be C++ stuff in here. I don't know very much about C++. So let's see. We can identify this without using its string printed to the console, because we can see things related to cout like basic ostream and character traits. You may notice that the names of the functions are quite odd as displayed in IDA, so we'll discuss that in the DLL section, but in short, the names are mangled for function overloading. Okay. So for now, look at the past name mangling. Look past the name mangling. With that said, you may not be familiar with these functions, so the first thing to do is to look them up. Here's a brief overview of them all. So we've got the basic ostream, C++ template for output streams, sure. Character traits, provide some abstraction from basic character and string types, and cout, or standard cout, is to send text to the console. Now to address the elephant in the room. Where is the string that's supposed to be printed out? Let's find it. So let's see. To find our strings, go to View, Open Subviews, Strings, or press Shift F12. Then look for the string in the list. You can use Control F to search. So can we look for these strings? Double-click the string in the list, and it will bring you to the string where you can see all the references to that string. IDA calls these xrefs, short for cross-references. So, can we do the same thing inside of x64 debugger? View, open, subviews, strings. Okay, so over here, this is the string we're looking for. Where was it? Hold on. Here. So what can we look for here? Search for right click. Okay. So Ronin, so it says right click and then Okay, we got ads running on Twitch. So when ads run on Twitch, we also run them on YouTube. And let's go ahead and show some birds. How about search for current? Okay, we're going to be coming back to this in about a minute or so. Just got to wait for the ads to run out. But in the meantime, enjoy the music and enjoy the birds. Yeah, this one has a great little pattern. This is called a varied thrush. Yeah, this guy right here. So it's a small robin-sized bird. And yeah, these it's got some great patterning over here. It's a black and orange bird. I guess you could say that it's like a Halloween themed one. But let's just, so varied thrush. This bird right here. That's a pretty bird. Okay, but let's see. Ronan was helping us out. He says that you need to right-click, search for current. Right-click, search for current. Current string references? Current module. Current module string references. That might be it. Okay. So these are all the strings in the current module. So hello with printf. We've got string format. We've got hello with standard out. And we've got this other stuff right here. Okay. So I guess we could, if there was a lot of stuff here, we could also search in we could type in the search bar to filter out some stuff. So we're just going to search for hello, and we've got two strings. We've got hello with printf and hello with standard out. Okay. So let's, and I guess we can also get the address where this is referenced. So we got the address, we got the strings, we got the string addresses. So this, it does seem very helpful. Let's go ahead and take a look at hello with printf. So I think we can double click on this, or can we? Okay, all we need to do is highlight the address, and it'll give us the lines around the specific string. Yeah, okay. So let's, I think if we double click, it should take us there. Yeah. So it takes us directly to the memory address that has the string. That's great. Okay, so we can also rename this. So this particular memory address, we can rename this. Let's call this something. So we can just right click on it and label current address, or label this. So we're gonna label it hello with printf. Yeah. So that's hello with printf, and this thing over here we can label this to string new line. So we're just going to label sure. So I guess this is what you do with when you do reverse engineering. You slowly get a feel for what is going on in the program. You can rename all sorts of stuff, and eventually, hopefully, you get you get a sense for what is actually going on in the program. But we should be wrapping this up in just a little bit, because we've already spent an hour here. But before we do so, let's take a look at what actually prints out in the program as we step through this stuff over here. So let me. So this is the program window over here. I don't know if I can make this bigger. Can I zoom in on this? Can I make this bigger? Font. We can make the font bigger. Let's make it like really big. Let's make it 28 font. Okay, that's really big now. Okay. Me cling to the readability of my decompiler. Anyways, let's make this a little smaller, and let's start stepping through the program. So we're just going to, let's reset this. Okay, and then we'll step through the program, we'll see the stuff printing out. Let's use the F7 key to step through. So all this stuff is the prologue. So this is just setting up the program, but eventually stuff is going to get printed out to the console over here. Let's just keep on going. Oh, I have to play some new music. Just a second. How about some? Well, we'll stick with the moody space music. Here you go. Okay, so this is a bit squished up. I wish we could hold on. We got the CPU. I wish we've got the memory registers over here. Great. Hold on. So we can see the memory registers changing over here as we're stepping through the program. Eventually, we're going to load in the strings, and then after the strings are loaded in, we're going to print out the strings. So... we reached the breakpoint. Okay. Try F9 on the start to go to the entry point. I think... Hold on, I just want to isolate the point where this stuff actually gets printed out to the console here. It's going to happen any second now, I'm sure. Either that or my finger is going to fall off from pressing the F7 key too many times. Who knew that Hello World used up this many instructions? F7 is the longest. Oh, okay. Hold on. You enter every function. Okay. Let's hit the breakpoint. So we hit the breakpoint over here, and we've got the stuff loaded in. I think right after this, we actually print out to the console. So let's go ahead and step through. It looks like it actually doesn't get printed out for a little while. Windows debugging at its finest. Yeah, I'm having a lot of fun. Hold on. It is faster if I just use the F7 key. I can just, you know. I just want to see the thing printed out. We're still in NT. Hold on, let's try... Ah, okay, I just skipped it. Alright. Anyway, so that was fun with with x64 debugger. We might come back to this if the creator of x64 debugger comes back in. Actually, you know what would be really fun if the creator of x64 debugger were here while we were playing around with the program. They would be able to tell us what to do very, very well, much more easily than us just kind of floundering around in the program. But anyways, let's go ahead and move into our last part of the stream. So in the last part of the stream, we're going to be doing something that we actually are much more familiar with, and that's network hacking. And we're going to be network hacking against this program, sorry, this box over here. And the box in question is called Black Gold. So this is an Active Directory challenge over at the Hackers Labs website. If you want to try this challenge out for yourself, what you would need to do is go to the website and then download the machine and then deploy it to your network. So this one is a bit tricky. You need to specify a very specific network range to get this box online. So CypherFreak asks, what was the program? The program was x64 debugger. And CypherFreak, hello and welcome to the stream. Why don't you have a Yancat? There you go. Okay, so in this part of the stream, we're going to be doing some network hacking. We're going to deploy this Windows Active Directory machine to our network, and then we're going to hack against it until it's until we have administrator access, hopefully. Thanks. Did he say the creator was here? So I think the creator was here last week. The creator was here last week. They came in with a raid. And they started talking about how x64 debugger was great. And they also, well, we think it was him, yeah. Whether or not it was actually the creator, that's hard to say. But their username was x64 debugger, so maybe, not completely sure. Anyways, so the first thing we need to do is we need to deploy the machine, and I've got the machine running on VirtualBox over here. So the Windows machine is it's starting up. After it's finished starting up, we can scan the network and then find out where the machine is on the network before we start hacking against it. But in the meantime, let's do a little bit of cleanup. Make sure that our terminal windows are nice and clean. And let's locate the machine on the network. So if this Windows machine isn't blocking ping packets, then we can find it with our nmap command over here. So we're running the nmap command in ping sweeping mode, which is this flag right here, -sn, and we're giving a network range. So this is the network range that we're working with right here. We're going to try to figure out which machines are online. So our machine is at IP address number 5 on this network range. We can find that out by you doing the IPA command. And we see that this is our IP address for our attacker machine. So the other IP address that's online and is running a VirtualBox network interface card is this one on address number 10. So let's go ahead and scan against that port. Sorry, scan against that IP address. So we're just going to run nmap against this IP address, very verbose, scanning all ports, scanning it very fast, and we're going to run common versioning and scripts on whatever services we find. Let's run the command. So what do we find? immediately we find that there is a web server. Some people get kind of peeved when they see that there's a web server on the domain controller, and because there's only one machine on this Active Directory domain, this machine is going to be the domain controller, and it's also running web services. We've got a bunch of common ports for Active Directory and Windows in this scan. Specifically, there are ports like 636, I think that's LDAP. We've got port 53, which is DNS, port 445 and 139, which is SMB, a bunch of ports on the 40,000 range. We've got port 88, which is running the Kerberos service. And we also have 5985, which is running the WinRM service, which is terminal remote terminal login for administrator users. Okay, so with this information, we can start doing our Windows enumeration. There are a few different common tools that we can do for Windows enumeration, especially against Active Directory targets. So one very common tool that we use is called Kerbroot. So Kerbroot is a tool that we can, well, I guess before we use Kerbroot, we should probably do some basic enumeration against the SMB service. So we're going to do that with our netexec program. So netexec, which is often abbreviated to NXC, is a program we can use for scanning against Windows targets, specifically Active Directory ones, but, well, not specifically, but, you know, Windows targets in general. We can use it against a bunch of common Windows protocols like SMB and LDAP and, oh, what else? Even stuff like MS SQL. But anyways, for each one of these scans, we need to provide an IP address. So this one's going to be 5610. We're going to try to figure out if there's a guest user on the machine. So we're going to scan against the SMB service at this IP address. We're going to see if we can actually get some output if we don't provide a username or password. Okay, so this we actually found out that there's the machine in this case is called neptune.thl. We should probably set this as in our host file, just so that we can resolve this this domain here. So neptune.thl. Let's go ahead and edit that by doing sudo nano etc hosts. Okay, this one is neptune.thl, and this is this IP address. So this ensures that when we resolve this domain over here, it's going to resolve to this IP address locally. Let's save that out. And what else can we do? We can try to figure out if there's a guest account. So we're going to run netexec again, but we're going to see if the guest account is available on the target through SMB. Okay, so it says status account disabled, so there's no guest account on this box. I guess it's going to be a little bit harder than usual. From here, we really want to figure out if there's a user account that we can access. I guess one thing that we should look at first, now that our scan is done, we've got a bunch of ports open here. We've got DNS, which is on port 53. We got HTTP, and it looks like we're dealing with the Microsoft IIS server. We can tell what version of Windows is running by the version number over here. So the version number of IIS and the version number of Windows that's running on the target, they're very closely correlated. And in this case, it's reporting IIS version 10.0, which means we're dealing with Windows 10. Okay, let's go ahead and visit the web page and see what's going on there. So this is Neptune.thl. Oh wow, we got a website. So it says here Neptune Oil and Gas. I think we can translate. So this is all going to be in Spanish because the Hackers Lab's website is a Spanish language cybersecurity education platform. So we can translate this all with our handy dandy web browser to figure out what's going on in English. So about sustainable innovation, great, good. I guess that's the only thing it says. We can try to figure out if there are any links over on this page by mousing over the different parts. We got a service page, we've got a home page, we got an about page, we got a contact page. And we also have some, doesn't look like we have a search. Okay, so this looks like some sort of chemical company. Chemistry research, production of oil and gas, mechanical engineering. And do these actually go to different parts of the website? No, I don't think it does. Okay, we've got some. Oh, we have some files that we can download here. So there's some documents. So some PDF files. Let's go ahead and download those. I guess we don't download them. We just open them. Okay, so I can't I can't read this, but maybe what we're looking for is we're looking for usernames. So if there are any usernames or any it doesn't look like we've got any usernames, but I guess what I should do is I should copy this and put it in Google Translate, just in case there's something interesting in this content. Hold on. Okay, is there a select all? Select all. Okay, copy that. Growtech says, I know docx files like to store names. Oh, right. We should probably look in the EXIF tools, the EXIF information for this as well. We'll probably look at that a little bit later. So let's go ahead and go to our Google Translate. Translate google.com. Paste in our Spanish. Okay. This is all not super interesting, but let's try downloading these files. So we've got our web enumeration tab. We're gonna get that link. Where do we get that link? Over here. Okay, so we'll grab the link, we'll download the file. And then we can take a look at the EXIF information. So EXIF tool on this thing. We have a title, we have a language. We don't have an author though. Oh, James Clear. Huh. We do have an author. So this could be one of the users on the system. So it's going to be James or j.clear. Maybe it's going to be j.clear. We can add this to our potential usernames file. So let's go ahead and users.txt, create this file. So James Clear, it could also be j.clear, or it could be, what else? So it could also just be James. Usually when we do our Gredexy says, I think you or OreoByte had a username generator based on first last. Yeah. I don't. It was OreoByte. and I think he got it from the sec lists word list. But let's see. It's probably not going to be James Clear. I'll just keep it around just in case. Let's save this out. And I don't know if we're going to be doing some brute forcing against it or not. Let's take a look at the other file. But before we do that, let's make sure that there's no extra information hiding in here. I don't think so. Okay, let's download the other file. It's because there are two files here. So there's the sustainability report. Let's grab this one as well. So this one would be, yeah. Okay. Oh, we've got a David Brown this time. Okay. I guess what we would do now is add this person to the user list. So David Brown or D.Brown or David. So these are our users on our user list so far. Okay. We also should take a look at the sustainability report, the actual contents, just in case there's something important in here. Let's copy, select all, copy, and then look at the translation. Okay, so this is all corporate stuff, not super interesting, but we did manage to get two potential usernames, and that's a good start. We should probably do some manual enumeration. We'll just do a little bit more manual enumeration on the page before we move on. Where is it? Here. Oh wow, we've got more. Well, these are not likely to be users because these are customers. So these are customers. They're probably not going to be usernames. But you know what? Maybe we should add them to the usernames list just in case. I don't know. Nah, no, okay. We're not going to add them to the list. So contact. What else do we have here? We got a bunch of links. Home services, about, contact. So what about the about? So this is the about. Contact, about. GradXT says, is there a scaling problem with the more users you add or not really? So I just don't want to add unnecessary users, because if we start doing some brute forcing attacks, each user we add is going to add on to the amount of time it takes to do brute forcing. But I wonder if there's some sort of vulnerability in this email contact form. Okay, so it looks like it doesn't look very functional. Yeah, I don't think anything's actually being sent. But let's go ahead, let's go home. Let's take a look at the HTTP source. Sometimes there's some interesting stuff in the HTTP source. In more difficult challenges, there's less likely to be stuff in the HTTP source. But yeah, this looks like a single page website. Okay, so we got ads. When ads run on Twitch, they also run on YouTube. Here you go. And let's put on some birds. How about this lovely bird? Okay, we're gonna be back in about a minute, but enjoy the music and enjoy the birds. I'm just gonna have a little water break. Okay, so maybe we won't need to do any brute forcing for users, which is not actually, maybe we should do brute forcing for users anyways, because we might find some additional users. In that case, we should probably use something like curbrute, and I guess it's a good opportunity to introduce curbrute to people who don't know about it yet. Let's put the birds away. And let's talk about this curbrute program. So curbrute. This is a program we can use for brute forcing against the Kerberos, protocol. GredXT says, I got first place in scanning reconnaissance category in CTF because I had LDAP commands in my notes ready to go. You know what? I wish I knew more about LDAP. It's not something I really explore very much when I do these Windows challenges. It's probably gonna bite me in the butt sometime, because I'm not because I'm not doing my due diligence. Anyways, let's go ahead and download this curbrute program. Okay, so this is going to be for Linux over here. Okay, let's wget that thing. And then let's make it executable. Okay. Now we can do some curbrute against curbrute Linux, and we're going to be doing some user enumeration. Okay, so in this case we're doing user enumeration against this IP address. And the domain is neptune.thl. Neptune. Okay. Let's go ahead and see if we can find some usernames. Hey guys, it turns out there's an administrator on this box. Who knew? Anyways, let's go ahead and maybe we can change up our music. Enough of this moody space music. How about some cyberpunk instead? Okay, so we'll just leave this running in the background. We've got our brute forcing going on over here, and let's see if we can do some web enumeration now. So let's see if there's this is neptune.thl. See if we can find some. Okay, so we found an image directory, we found a docs directory. I wonder if we can enter that docs directory. Okay. Looks like the docs directory, we can't do directory listing in it. That's fine. If we try going over there manually, docs. It'll give us forbidden. So this is what it's supposed to be. We're not supposed to be able to do directory listing on any willy-nilly directory that we find. Gradxy says, have you ever heard of sitemap.xml in web? It's a lesser-known robots.txt that you can search for. I have heard of it. I've never encountered it. I've never encountered it out in the wild or in any of these CTF exercises before. But it would be sitemap.xml. No. Not in this case. Danarchist says, username anarchy is such a great tool for generating potential usernames. Username anarchy. I haven't heard of that before, but I guess I could look it up pretty easily. Security.txt. Yeah. There's also something called like humans.txt, I think, too. But Bandit, hello. Nice to see you here, still. You know what? We haven't done this in a while. There you go. Okay, so it looks like we've got a username anarchy GitHub repository. So tools for generating usernames when pen testing. Usernames are half the password brute force problem. Huh. This is useful for user account password brute force guessing, username enumeration when usernames are based on users' names, okay? By attempting a few weak passwords across a large set of account users, user account lockout thresholds can be avoided. Okay, so let's see if Kerbrute has found anything valid so far. Looks like so this account is disabled. What did we found? We sound like a David Brown or something, right? Status login failure. So if we provide a username that obviously doesn't exist, like HackerFrogs, it's going to give us the same message, so we can't really determine if... We can't determine this way if it's a valid user account or not. Not with SMB, anyways. Okay, let's keep on going with the web enumeration. So we've got JS. Let's try Nikto. Neptune. Okay, so we've got the server type. It's Microsoft IIS 10.0. I guess we could also try doing, what is it called? AsRep roasting. So to do AsRep roasting, we can do netexec LDAP AsRep roasting. Let's try providing our users.txt as the list. Whoa, that's not the right IP address. Hold on. Okay. So it looks like we didn't find any AsRep roasting with our current users list. That's okay. Oh, you know what? We could use Kerbrute here to make sure to confirm or deny the users on our users.txt list. So let's try that. Yeah, so we need to supply a users.txt list. Okay, so it looks like none of those names were valid. So tested 6 usernames with 0 were valid. So maybe these are not valid. That's unfortunate. What can we do from here? Let's do some more web enumeration. We'll use Ferrix Buster and see if we can find some file extensions. So txt, we got some PDFs, we have some ASP, ASPX, HTML, HTM. GradXT says, on the username anarchy page, didn't it mention PDFs? Did it? Extracting metadata from document types such as PDF, Word, something something. Common aliases are self-chosen usernames from forums. Huh. So how do we... Okay. Let me try downloading this. So let's go to code and we'll git clone this. But before we do that, let's start our brute force attack. Sorry, our directory busting attack. So a lot of people forget that that directory busting is brute forcing. It's just it's so common that we don't really refer to it as such. Okay, looks like we're finding some stuff. Okay, let's we'll come back to this a little bit later. Let's git clone this repository. Who we calling? Who we calling we? I call it brute forcing. Okay, no problem. No problem. Username anarchy. Okay, let's move into this directory. How do you run this thing? VRHood asks, what hacking is this? We're hacking Windows. So there's a Windows box that we deployed on our network, and we're trying to hack into it. So this is a little challenge. Yeah, we could call it hacking web apps, and we're also hacking Windows Active Directory. Okay, so this is a binary that we can run. Let's see. So how do we use it to extract... How do we use this to extract stuff from files? Maybe we should read the readme.txt, readme.md file. Okay. So example user, you know the name of the user but not the username format. Ah, okay. You know the username format and the name of users, so we don't know the username format in this case. So let's do... I am Algeria friend. Hello, Algeria friend. Nice to see you. Ho-Dees. I'm not sure how to pronounce your name. Let us know how to pronounce your name. We will pronounce it properly. Thank you. Have a hack the planet. And welcome to the stream.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get out.
Okay, so let's take a look at... We've got a couple of users. Whoops. Wait. Oh. This is in the temp directory. James Clear, right? So we would do username anarchy James Clear. And then it creates some potential names for us. Okay, that's good. Let's output that to temp. Let's call this usernames, usernames2.txt. Okay, and the other name we have is David Brown. VRHood asks, is that Linux? Yeah, we're using Kali Linux right now. It's a security-oriented distribution of Linux with a bunch of security tools installed on it. So that makes it easier for us to do security stuff. So David Brown is the other name that we have, and let's. Okay, so we should have some more usernames here. So cat. So we got all these names. Let's go ahead and give this we'll give this a try. Okay, we tested 30 usernames, but we didn't find any in there. That's unfortunate. Anyways, we're taking a look at the we found some stuff over. We found a lot of stuff. Huh. I wonder if these are all legitimate. It seems like a lot of endpoints. We found a lot of endpoints. Oh, wait. So there's some weird codes in here as well. What is 503? Gotta be just administrator. I doubt. Ooh, okay. We found DC01. And we also found Emma Johnson. Emma Johnson, okay. 503 is probably server crash. So, did we overwhelm the system? Hold on. So, let's see. HTTP status code 503. So service unavailable, temporary unable to handle requests due to maintenance or overload. Why not usernames from seclists? I think, oh, Junior, hello. Nice to see you here. And why not usernames from seclists? I think we are using usernames from seclists. So over here, we've got this list of usernames from seclists. And we're currently doing some username brute forcing. So we managed to find, yeah, who is Emma Johnson? That's a good question. Maybe we should figure it out. Emma.Johnson. So, oh, you know what? That means that the other names are probably first name dot last name. Okay, so if they're first name dot last name, then... Hold on. So it's going to be James.Clear. Like this. And instead of David Brown, it's going to be David.Brown. Like this. And we've got Emma... What was that person's name? Emma what? Emma Johnson. Emma.Johnson. Okay. Now that we've got our... Now that we also have the DC account, but the DC account is not likely to have. I guess I should add it. DC01. That's the domain controller computer account. We'll add that one on. DC01. Okay. Let's do our asrep roasting again. So asrep roasting, see if we can find anything. So some of these users were not found in the Kerberos database. Okay, I need to confirm by doing the curb root again with users.txt. Okay, so the only one we found successfully was Emma Johnson. So we need to... I don't know what we should do from here. Should we brute force Emma Johnson's password? I don't know if that's going to be the right way to go about this. But I guess we don't have very many... We don't have too many choices as to where to go from here. So I guess we're going to do some brute forcing against Emma Johnson's password. So let's go ahead and do that. So it's going to be curbrute, and it's going to be brute user, I think. Brute user, yeah. So brute user Emma.Johnson. This is going to be Neptune at this IP address. Okay, so this could take quite a while, so we'll just leave this alone for now. We've got our user. We sure are doing a lot of brute forcing. Sometimes it feels bad if you're doing a lot of brute forcing on some more difficult boxes, because brute forcing seems to be the flavor of the day for really easy challenges. Junior says there are no JS files. Defus, hello! Have you checked SMB shares with the null session? Yeah, I think we have. Let me check one more time. Let's rename this. We'll call it curbrute password. Let's make another tab. We'll call it netexec. Netexec enumeration. Enumeration. It would have made for a really neat path of the PDF metadata. Yeah, it would have. It would have. Looking at you, challenge authors. I think I might do some. I might do some development for CTF boxes eventually. So let's see. Let's do netexec. So netexec SMB. Let's make sure we have the right IP address, and let's try the null session. So I think the null session, well, I'm pretty sure the null session didn't give us anything, but maybe we could take a look at some. Maybe we can enumerate some shares. Okay, so we got access denied. How about we enumerate some users? Okay, doesn't give us anything. GradXC says, I've got like 20 or so challenge ideas. Might build them for a conference CTF at the university. Yeah, that sounds like a great idea. Okay, so we've got some. Ooh, wait, we've got another one, huh? Thomas Brown. Okay, so that's another thing we can add to the list. Thomas Brown. But no David Brown, huh? Whoops. Any relation to David? Maybe, maybe not. Okay, so Thomas.Brown. And let's check if they have ASREP roasting. So let's see, NXC LDAP, yeah, as rep roasting. Let's try David Brown. Oh, no, it's Thomas Brown. Thomas.Brown. Okay, well, we confirm that it's a legitimate. So as rep roasting means that certain users are able to log in without using their password, as long as there's a special setting that's called. What does asrep stand for? Let me look this up real quick. So, actually, let's just asrep roasting attack. What is asrep roasting? Okay, let's read about this really quick, just so I can remind myself what exactly it means. Okay, so authentication server response, also known as asrep roasting, enables attackers to send encrypted authentication responses for accounts in Active Directory that have Kerberos pre-authentication disabled. ASRep roasting is one of the Active Directory threats that cybersecurity agencies in Five Eyes Alliance warn about in a recent report. Okay, so basically there's a setting for some users, which means that they don't have to supply a password because they got Kerberos pre-authentication disabled for their accounts. But not in this case. not for the users that we've found so far, anyways. So Thomas Brown, Emma Johnson. Let's see. NetExec enumeration. Let's go ahead and make this red because red is a really cool color. How about that? What else? So it looks like we've overwhelmed the web server because all we get are these 503s. We should probably filter on these 503s. GradXT says, in a real environment, pre-authentication should be enabled to mitigate this. Yeah. You shouldn't let specific users log in without a password because they've got the pre-authentication disabled on their account. I guess that's like a convenience thing. So you say, you disable that on certain accounts so that they can log in without a password. But anyways, what else have we found? So we're looking inside of all of these directories right now. Nothing's coming back. We're looking for stuff that is not 503. Hold on, there was one down there. What is this? About.html. Okay, well that doesn't help us out too much. Let's keep on zooming by. Hold on, I found another one. Blink and you'll miss it. Okay, that wasn't anything, that was just a really long file name. Don't you have to look at the output.txt to get the results? Usually in NetExec, if we actually find something, it'll print out to the console. So there was no output.txt file created because there was no positive result. We got ads running on Twitch, so when ads run on Twitch, then we also run them on YouTube. And let's go ahead and put on some birds. How about the bird who loves his peanut? This is the bird who loves his peanut. He grabs the peanut and he shakes it around, and he really loves playing with that peanut. We'll be back in about a minute. I just need to have a little water break. Enjoy the bird. So this is one of my favorite clips because usually the birds are not shaking around their peanuts. They're not shaking around their peanuts like that for that long a period of time. They usually shake it once or twice, and then they know if it's a good peanut or a bad peanut. But this one won't stop shaking that peanut. It's kind of entertaining. So he comes back and he still has the same peanut. I don't know why. Anyways, let's put the bird who loves his peanut away. You silly little guy. Okay, so we tested, well, how many usernames is this? This is 800,000? No, this is let's see. This is 8 million usernames. But we only found 5 valid ones. So I guess we could try brute forcing the other user as well. So let's brute force the other user. The other user is Thomas.Brown. Okay, so we've got 2 brute forcing programs going on at the same time. I guess we could say we've got 3 brute forcing programs going on at the same time. Whoops. I didn't mean to do that. Whoa, what's this? Contact.html. Okay. No other, I guess we've got a bunch of other stuff here. So we've got CSS, JS, fonts. Somebody asked about JS earlier, I think. I think it was Junior Hex 1. Junior Hex 1. There are no JS files. We looked for JS files. I don't think we were able to find any. There's a JS directory. Oh, you know what? We didn't even search for JS files. We didn't specify that we're looking for JS files. So I guess we should really... We should search for those. Okay, let's take a look at the bottom of the output here. Well, let's just look inside the JS folder. It's kind of unlikely that we find anything, but let's try it out. So we'll just look for JS inside the JS folder. Okay, so we've got a file called custom.js. There could be some good stuff in here. We should probably check it out. Yeah, custom.js. Where are we? Whoops. Okay, what do we have? So function get current year. No, doesn't look like there's anything good in here. Let's see. Sigma Gat says, don't really understand what's going on, but it's fun to watch. Yeah, if there's something you don't understand about what's going on, let us know. So there's this Windows system out there on the network, and we're just trying to figure out if we can find a way to get in. We've done all sorts of brute forcing attacks. So we did user brute force attacks. We found a couple of different usernames, and now we're trying to brute force their passwords using this program over here called Kerbrute, which tries to brute force different things using the Kerberos protocol. The Kerberos protocol is basically a way of logging in when you're using the Active Directory system for Windows. Active Directory is a way of connecting computers together, and a bunch of computers that are connected together are called a domain inside of Active Directory. Okay, so, what are the odds? We only found custom.js. There's also bootstrap.js. Not very likely there's something in there, but we could check it out anyways. How do you set up HackerLabs VMs? Yeah, so I can talk about how to set up HackerLabs VMs. So let me try accessing this endpoint first. Oh, what? Okay, well, I mean, this is just... I don't think there's... Yeah, this looks like a standard file. It doesn't really tell us very much. Yeah, so, okay, so Defus asks, how do you set up HackerLabs VMs? So first of all, you need to download the VM. So there's going to be... So for each one of these machines, there's going to be a page. This is the page for the one that we're looking at right now. And there's going to be a download button over here. So after you do that, unzip the VM file. It's going to be an OVA extension file, I think. And you need to put these on specific IP ranges. So let me demonstrate over here. So let's see. So when we go to settings, in the network settings, we've got, I have it on this host-only adapter. It doesn't need to be a host-only adapter. It should be a host-only adapter because you don't want these Windows machines to have internet access. If they have internet access, then they'll start updating and stuff, and sometimes that can be a really bad thing because the machines probably aren't designed to be solved when they're fully updated. But anyways, you need to make sure that that the network adapter is on a specific range, and there's usually going to be some sort of PDF file that comes with the zip file. It'll tell you which network range you're supposed to put it on. Aside from that, just make sure that your Kali Linux machine and your Windows machine, or whatever HackerLabs machine, they share like a network interface so they can see each other. And that's all you need to do. Okay, so what were we doing? What were we doing? Okay, we probably aren't going to be able to brute force the password for these two users. I think... How do we get the LDAP information? I'm pretty sure there's LDAP stuff available for netexec. So there's a netexec wiki. Netexec wiki. And I think we can look up some LDAP. So with LDAP, we should be able to look up the information for these users. So querying LDAP. Okay, so how do we do this? So LDAP, do we need to have so when we do an LDAP query, do we need a valid user account? Because if we don't need a valid user account, then we can start looking for some information. Okay, so username, password, query. Okay. We need to provide a password. You know what? Let me try. Let me try just in case. Just in case. Oh, I copied both commands. Okay, so Sam name, let's try Thomas Brown, Thomas.Brown. And we need to supply an IP address. And a username and password. Let's try a blank password. Maybe it'll work if it's misconfigured pretty badly. Thomas.Brown. Okay, keep the music going. Okay, we didn't get we didn't get anything. Probably because, let's see, the other person was Emma Johnson. Yeah, so unfortunately no dice for us here. Still brute forcing. Still nothing here. I guess the other thing we could try is we could try looking for some common SMB vulnerabilities. Not very likely to work, but we could try looking for stuff like print nightmare. Or we could try looking for, what was the other? Okay, so no print nightmare. How about, what was it? MS17010. So this is Eternal Blue. It's very unlikely that this system is vulnerable to Eternal Blue, but you know, you gotta do your due diligence. What else? Zero logon. So zero logon is another famous critical SMB vulnerability, but in this case, I don't think it's vulnerable. Okay. How do we? So with FerrixBuster, how do we filter for status codes? So there was the 503s that we don't want to see. Let me look it up. FerrixBuster. Filter status. Here we go. So -- filter status. Okay, that's easy enough. Okay, let's run it again. We also have some from some 403s. So about.html contact bootstrap bootstrap.css. Did I specify I wanted to look for CSS files in here? No, I didn't. But it told us that okay. What are the odds that there's some things in, maybe I need to pay more attention to the PDF files, because those were the only things that were kind of unusual. There were those PDF files. Oh, you know what? You know what? No, I don't know what. let me point something out. Okay. So we've got these PDF files right here, and they all have this format, right? So it's the year 2024 and the month and the day .pdf. We could just make a big list from, I don't know, for the entire year of 2024, and we could try to scan for PDF files for each one of these dates, each day of the year. So there's 365 days, and we can figure out if there are some extra PDF files that we can access. So let's figure out how to do that. I'm going to ask my good AI friend. We want to create a list of files for with a format like this. So it's going to be 2024 and then month, number, day number. It is month number then day number, right? I need to check. Yeah, it's month and then day. Month and then day. Yeah, that makes sense. For example, 2024, 12/25. We need all 365 days for 2024. A list of words with a format like this. Okay, let's see if it can solve our problems here. Okay, so we can use Python's datetime module. Datetime module? Okay, so sure. Let's just say that this is going to work. So if we copy this, and I guess we should look over the we should look over the code just so that oh, MP64. MP64? I've never seen that command before. MP64. Huh. What is this command? Mask processor. Oh, I've never heard of it before. Well, I'll give this a try. Oh, this is probably this. Okay, okay. It doesn't. Well, it's a bit. These. Well, I mean, we can use this. It's fine. It produces stuff that that would never be valid, but it's fine. It's actually for it's for Hashcat. It's 10,000. What? This is 10,000 Okay. No, it's 10 times 10, right? It should be. Hold on. Ah, okay. So here's the problem. We don't know if there's a leading. We don't know if it uses leading zeros or not as well. I think I'll try the Python script, because I don't know if the leading zeros are going to be a problem here. Okay, so it's going to be print the first 5 and last 5 dates for verification. So we're making a file. We're going to write to a file called 2024dates.txt. Okay. I think let's give this a try. So Python 3 datemaker.py. Okay, so I think we need to. I think we may need to get rid of these trailing zeros. Let's check the format. Okay, so it looks like these formats do use trailing zeros. So it is 0, 2 over here. Okay, so let's. All right, let's give this a try. Okay, so in this case, we would do ferrexbuster inside of the docs directory. And the word list we're going to send it is just 2024 dates. Oops. And we're only going to look for PDF files. Oh, wow. We found quite a few. Huh. We found quite a few of these PDF files. Okay. I guess we need to download these. Okay, so first of all, we should probably... No, there's no directory listing. There's no directory listing in this, Okay, let's choose a random one. I don't know. Let's say this one. Let's copy it. Okay, so this is nonsense. This is nonsense. So I guess we need to find a way to download all this stuff, right? Maybe there's one that, well, okay. I'm pretty sure there should be something here that we can use to progress. But we need to sift through a lot of BS. So how do we download this stuff recursively? first of all, we should probably tag on PDF to this 2024 dates.txt file. So I just want to add .pdf to each line in a file. How do we do this? Okay, so we just do sed I something something .pdf to this thing. Okay, edit in place. Let's go ahead and try that. And we do this to date 2024 dates. Okay, so we've got all these PDF files. We need to try to download every file in the list. So it would be this is probably something that could be done in like a bash script. So for something something, I haven't done bash scripting in a long time. We want to try downloading a list of files, a list of endpoints in a file. And the root of the domain or the URL will remain the same. And I guess it will be HTTP, what was it, neptune.thl/docs. Can do this in bash. I'd be lazy and use columnar editing. Yeah, add the wget to the beginning of each line in the code editor. Let's see. So we've got curl single thread. Okay. Root URL equals this thing. Ah. Okay, so let's go ahead and try this. Nano download.sh. Okay, so the root URL is here. We're gonna use it on 24 dates.txt. Okay, let's move into the docs directory first before we do that. Make dir docs. Whoops. Actually, we need to make it executable first. So chmod plus x. What is it called? It was download something, right? Download.sh. And then let's run download.sh. Permission denied. Wait. Oh, I did chmod plus capital X. That's not how you're supposed to do it. Cannot open. Oh, I need to specify the specify that this is going to be in the temp directory. Okay. Okay, so we got ads running on Twitch. When ads run on Twitch, we also run them on YouTube. And let's go ahead and put on my favorite video of these birds. And my favorite video is the bird bath. These are two little newly hatched Stellar Jays, and they're having a little bath and drinking some water. And it's my favorite because they're just so cute. Anyways, we'll be back in about a minute. I just need to have a little water break. Great XC says, I like how confused the one is at the other bird's feet. Well, you know, sometimes you mistake somebody's foot as food. I don't know if they're actually mistaking it for food or if they're just, you know, trying to pull a prank. Who knows? But anyways, let's put the birds away. This guy's just having so much fun with the bird bath. Okay, so let's run download.sh. Okay, so we're downloading all these files recursively. We've gone to September, October, November, December, and we're done. Oh wow, we downloaded a lot of PDF files. Jeez. Are all of these... So most of these are the same size. So I'm guessing that the ones that are the same size are junk. Yeah, sort that by size. We should probably just throw out all these ones that are this file size. But I don't know, I don't want to throw stuff out just in case. Let's try reading one of these. How many files are in here? Jeez. Wait, these are not PDF files? What about this one? Yeah, move instead of delete. Yeah, that should... Yeah, you're right. You're right about that. Okay. Okay, so we found something. So this is a legitimate PDF file. I think most of these are not legitimate PDF files. So this one over here, I don't think we can open it normally. Yeah, so it says that the file.hxtml page, this is not supported, so we can't open these. What happens if we just try to open them with the cat command? Oh, okay, this is... Okay. So these are server... We downloaded the server errors. I guess that means we can legitimately get rid of them. So let's see. File star. So HTML document. We've got PDF documents. How do we delete all of the ones that are HTML documents? I guess we can make a list of the legitimate files by running the file command and then grepping out HTML. So how many legitimate files are there here? It looks like something like 20, 30, 40. like 40 different files that are legitimate. But we only have a few. Most of these are PDF documents with version 1.3. I wonder if that's significant or not. It could be that we're looking for PDF document versions that are not 1.3. Okay, we've got all this filler stuff. And how many pages is this? Is this going to be like 20 pages? Yeah. There might be a bunch of identical information in here. We need to find a way to sift through this information. Just as a hunch, I'm going to try looking at the files that are alt-drag from 2024 at the top of the PDF file to the bottom just to get file names. Was it alt-drag? Alt-drag. Okay, so I've got a hunch. I've got a hunch that this is probably the file that we're looking for because it's got a different version number. Let me try this. No worries. I just want to, you know, feel like my efforts are going somewhere. So this is one of the first ones that we got, I'm pretty sure. This is the one with 215, right? Let's see. Yeah, 215 is one of the ones that we can access from the web page, and 1129. Okay, so there's 1129, which is 1.5. This is the only other outlier that is a different version number. So I'm gonna take a look at this thing. Unable to detect the URI scheme of this thing. Exif tool. File not. Oh wait, I'm not in the right directory. That's why it didn't work. That's why okay. Move into the directory. Docs. I would say something about the author metadata and that didn't work out the last time. It could. Okay, so do you think this could we use this as like a password list? That would be really convoluted if this was like a password list. So I don't think that's the way we're supposed to take it. Let's try running the exif tool on it. Okay, so this is Lucas Miller. Lucas.Miller. This is another user. Let's try figuring out if they're. Let's see. Let's add. Well, first of all, let's add this user to the users.txt list. Nano users.txt. We got Lucas Miller. And let's do the... Yeah, we're not going to brute force that user. Okay, so it is so Lucas Miller is definitely a valid username on the system. From here, we'll try to figure out if they've got AsRep roasting. So where's my AsRep roasting? Here we go. So Lucas Miller. Okay, I don't think that went through. No. The only thing we can do from here is we can try to brute force Lucas Miller's password. Let's see, what was that? Okay. Would love it if there's Spanish mixed into all that Latin that we've been just expected to see. Exif tool star. Oh, yeah, right. We could try exif tool star. Yeah. Anyways, we've got our brute forcing attack happening over here. In the meantime, we can take a look. Exif tool star. Oh, looks like we have a lot of different authors. It looks like we've got a lot of different authors. Okay. So, let's see. What are we grepping out? We're grepping out author, I think. Grep author. Grep I author. Okay. Most of these are Neptune Oil and Gas. James Clear. We saw... What did we see in that output? Head. Let's head 100. Creator. Okay, we need to grep out creator. Grep. Now we have a big list of users. We have a really big list of users. But yeah, Danarchist, thank you. Thank you very much for the suggestion there. Okay, so who do we know who we should be paying attention to? So let's see. Was it cut D? Cut D on cut D field 2? Okay. Okay, this looks good. This looks good. And we also want to remove... It feels like I'm doing a bandit level. I'm doing over-the-wire bandit right now. Let's see, sort, and then unique, and then sort. Well, actually, we don't need to sort. Just sort and unique. Okay, so the last thing we want to do is we want to get rid of the trailing spaces. We've got a space, and that's going to interfere with brute forcing stuff. TR space. I don't know. There are a lot of people at the company with the same first name. Well, you know, no, well, a lot of people with the same last name. Actually, There are a lot of people... Yeah, that's weird. That is weird. Okay, so how do we get rid of empty space? Let me just Google this real quick. So tr command delete spaces. Okay, so trd space. Ah, okay. trd space. Okay, so we got our list. We've got our list. Great. Good. We're going to add all of this stuff to, what is it? Temp users.txt. Okay. Now our users.txt list is nice and big. Okay, and what can we do? We'll figure out which ones are legitimate. Huh. Most of these users were not valid. We tested all the usernames, but we only found 5 valid ones. I guess these people don't count. Well, that's fine. We tried. We tried. The important thing is that we tried. We didn't find any new ones, but I guess if we didn't have Lucas Miller, then we would have found Lucas Miller by doing that. Yeah. So that is kind of a win. We're still brute forcing Lucas Miller's password over here. It's not working out so well. Well, not so far. We tried as rep roasting. Actually, we'll try as rep roasting the entire list. So let's see, users.txt. Yeah. Okay. Well, you know what? This has been fun. This has been fun. I'm like, you know, even if we don't complete the box, we have been trying out some different stuff while doing our enumeration here. But unfortunately, without a valid user account, there's not too much we can do. We could try looking through these PDF files for some actual information. Because we've got all these files here. Combing through them is not... Let's just strings the entire thing. Strings everything. That... okay. Alright. How can we start eliminating these files? I guess... So we find everything that's not 1245 in size, and we move it to a separate directory. Okay, so move files that are not a certain size to a directory in Linux. So bash find, move files bigger than a certain size, duplicate. Okay, so it looks like it's been covered on Stack Exchange. So find file size something something, execute move to the new folder. Okay, sure. We're using great built-in Linux commands to do cool stuff. I'm all about this. Okay, let's make a new directory. Make directory. We'll call this one legit. The legit directory. And the command we copied over was okay, and we're looking for something that is over 1245 bytes. What do you mean they're the same file? Okay, so we've got a bunch of files in here. You had a C at the end, is that right? So C means bytes. C means bytes when we're using the find command. So it should be, that should be the correct way to do it. But just in case anybody wants to double check. Why can't I? Oh, it says, is it because I cleared the... Yeah, so let me just copy this over. You guys can double check it if you like. It's just weird, it is kind of weird syntax. C stands for bytes. But let's... So how many files is this? This is about... I'm guessing this is something in the neighborhood of 10, 20, 30, 40, 50? Like 50 files. So let's exif tool just this one to see if it's actually legitimate or not. David Brown. Right. Oh. This is one of the original ones. 1129. Let's see. Yeah. $11.29. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Lucas is still brute forcing here. Okay, so let's exif tool. If we exif tool everything, let's just slowly go through here to make sure that there's nothing like a password or something. That's just miraculously hiding inside this exif tool, this exif data. Okay, okay. What day is it today? It's Friday. Hope everybody's having a great Friday, everybody. Anyways, yeah, I forgot. TGIF, everybody. You're having a hacking good time. Actually, wait. Let's go ahead and redeem this one. Go to hack.
Mr. Hat, may I please be excused from class?
Well, Kyle,
Yes.
you hear me? You go to
Hack.
You go to
Hack.
You
Have a great day.
So I just want to make sure that we got all these names. So we did grep for creator. We did get a bunch of this stuff over here. How else can we be sifting through this? There's got to be a better way. Actually, wait. Maybe we should strings for like password or something. Maybe. Oh, wait. Either password or like the Spanish word for password. What is the Spanish word for password again? Passwordo. Yeah, probably. You were thinking of Bandit. You're thinking of Japanese, where the word for password is passwado. That's not Spanish. In Spanish, it would be something like I don't know. I have no idea. Contrasena. Contrasena. That sounds correct. Maybe we should run strings. Oh, that's 94 files, huh? Jeez. Yeah, I would trust Louise. Yeah. All right. So what are we doing? We're gonna run strings on everything. We're gonna grep for password. Nope. How about pass? Nope. How about contrasena? Contrasena? How about contrasena with the actual accent over the N? Oops. There you go. Nope. Well, I mean, we could just look for this portion. Nope, not there either. Why were there some of the documents smaller than others? Linted, hello, nice to see you on Twitch. Have a hack the planet on me.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up again!
Okay, so what we're looking at, so some of the files are smaller than others. Yeah, most of them are about the same size. So these ones are smaller because they have actual interesting information in them. So these are the ones that we can bite the bullet. No, I'm not gonna open them all up and eyeball them. Our ideas are allowed. Yeah, ideas are allowed. Thank you. Glog78, nice to see you here. I take all sorts of suggestions from chat. You are totally allowed to give me suggestions. And why don't we nancat just because we can. Rainier Raoul, hello and welcome to the HackerFrogs. Thank you very much for following. Oh no, hold on. I gotta switch up my music. Let's play some. Oh geez. It's time for some FTL. Here you go. grep is case sensitive by default. Okay. That means we should search for passwords, but also make it case insensitive. Let's do that. So let's do case insensitive, and let's do passwords case insensitive as well. We got ads running on Twitch. When ads run on Twitch, we run them on YouTube as well. Glog says, just an idea. No worries. I appreciate all the ideas. How about we watch a bird video. This is another one of my favorite bird videos because it involves one bird getting bullied by another. But since they're not people bullying each other, it's awesome. Well, I wouldn't say awesome. Anyways, enjoy. We'll be back in about a minute or so. Okay, so I think this little bird over here has been through some rough stuff, because you might notice that that its feet are all discolored. You might notice some white banding. Anyways, this is where the bullying happens. So this bird shows up here. It starts showing its dominance over the other bird, and the other bird is very, very sad, and the bullying bird is just going off. But after a little while, the bullying bird grabs some food and just gets out of there. Just a second. I think it takes... It's around now? Yeah, it grabs a peanut. And it leaves. The other bird is so upset it won't eat anymore. So it just leaves as well. Are those valid PDFs? Yeah, so we can run file on all the files. So the thing I was doing before is I was only reading the PDF files that have that are not version 1.3, because it seems like these ones stand out. So a couple of these files are files that we can access directly on the website. Binwalk. Binwalk? Okay. Binwalk star? Binwalk star. Seems like a bit kind of overkill. Okay, so what are we doing? It looks like some of these have compressed data. Okay. Yeah, you know what, GretXT, that's a good idea. There might be something in here. So I guess we can get rid of all the ones that... What do we do? Those could be false positive. Yeah, true. Could be some false positives in here. Let's see. Let's get rid of all of these ones that have signatures 436. Because I think most of these have that particular signature. Actually, wait. I'm not sure. I guess we're looking for the stuff with like zlib compressed data. Okay, so let's grep on zlib. Okay, so we found how many So maybe 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe 6 different files that have zlib compressed data. You can use binwalk to extract anything it finds. Yeah, let's go ahead and do that. So binwalk extract, right? Binwalk e star. Okay, so we've got 3 different files. So let's see. These correspond with the 3 files that have legitimate, well, okay, that have legitimate contents in them. So there's 2, 15, 1129. These are the ones that we can find on the website. And there's the extra one over here, 713. Let's check to see if we brute force the password or not. We did not brute force the password. Let's wander into one of these directories and see if we can find anything. This is what it's like to do CTFs, everybody. What are these? Are these files? These are zlib files. ASCII text with very long lines with no line terminators. What? Okay, so this looks like PDF contents. Is this? Doesn't look like anything to me. What is the rest of this stuff? This is not human readable. So these zlib files probably not human readable either. Actually, I guess we should strings them. Okay, so there's this one and the other one, what is it called? This thing. Okay, so it could be that the rest of these directories have something that's very similar. What directory was I in? 713. Let's take a look at... Glog says, since I joined late, did you already try a PDF to text conversion? Because the normal strings on a PDF file won't give the content. PDF to text conversion, that's a good idea. That's a good idea. I haven't tried... I don't think I've done that before. So is this like a web app that we run, or is it something we can do from the terminal? So Linux PDF to text. What's the best way to convert PDF to text on Linux? Okay. Okay, so we've got PDF to text, which came in the Poplar Utils library. PDF to text. Is this PDF to text? Nope. Okay, so it looks like we can install this. Let's give it a try. Oh, this is a Python thing? I hope this doesn't screw up my my operating system. Okay. Wow, this is installing a lot of stuff. Okay, so in the meantime, how do you use this thing? PDF2 text, which came in this library. Okay, I've been reading a bit about that. Does it work differently from copy paste? GredXT says, I'm always minorly concerned that my APT says removing WinXE. I guess it's Python incompatibility. Yeah. I would use PDF2 text. If that didn't work, try Calibre. PDF2 text. Okay, let's man. Okay, it's almost done. Jeez. Why is there so much? I just want PDF2 text. Okay, well, it's a PDF2 text. I guess we have to specify a specific a file. Login or restarts. Can I just, yeah, I can dismiss that. Let's see, PDF2 text. Let's just say this one. Okay, and what did that do? It created a text file. Okay. And can we read that text file? Accidentally nukes Kali VM stream over. Yeah, that would be stream over if I nuked my Kali VM. Anyways, let's try reading this thing. Okay, so we did manage to convert the PDF2 text. That's good. That's good. I guess we could try doing this on everything. So we would just do PDF2 text on every file. So star.pdf. Oh, I guess it didn't like that. Can we just do star.pdf.star or star.pdf star? Nope, it wants an actual file. Yeah, it wants an actual file. Copying these over is going to be such a pain. What can we do from here? Linted has the command. Okay, for I in star.pdf, do PDF2 text done. Okay, I'll give that a try. I don't do very much bash scripting, but seems like a fun thing to do. Are we doing it? Okay, it looks like it worked. Alternative would be to use find and exec. Find and exec, yeah, that would work too. It would be find whatever star name equals star.pdf and then exec PDF to text. So I guess we can move all of these to. We'll make another directory. Call this PDF text. And then we're going to move all that stuff in there. Move star.text. to PDF text. PDF text. Okay, and then we move into PDF text, and we've got all these text files in here. What can we do from here? Cat star grep password. Nope, no password. Contrasena? Nope. How about ipsum? Yeah. Okay, so it looks like most of these files strings. Strings? Why would we strings? These are text files. I don't think we need to use strings. Okay, so grep. I guess we should be using grep instead. So grep, we'll look for okay, so this is a directory. So grep recursive. Recursive in this directory, we weren't able to find anything. Ipsum, this does return. Okay. So probably there's nothing there's nothing we need in here. Let's try reading everything, and we'll just pipe it out to let's just read everything. Okay, so most of this is just utter nonsense. This is a rabbit hole and a half. Yeah, it is. I wish I would brute force that password. If we could brute force that password, we could actually get on with our lives. But it's not the case. Okay, so could the password be somewhere in these PDF files? We could turn the PDF files into word lists, right? If we turned every word in these text files into a big password list, it would be, well, it wouldn't be that bad actually. It couldn't be any longer than rocku.txt. Okay, so here's the thing, DeepSeek. It's all lorem ipsum, so it's probably not going to be there. It's not all lorem ipsum. There are 3 files that have other stuff in them. So let me point out those files. So we've got these 3 files here. So 215, 713, 1129. Maybe I should just convert those. So what would it be? What would it be? It would be PDF to text. Just those 3 files. And then, what was it, 713? And the last one is 1129. Okay, so we got the 3 files. Want to turn every word in a text file into a potential password list. How do we do that in Linux? Okay, it'll probably suggest some sort of grep, sed, awk, and tr. So extract words using grep and then input is going to go into sure passwords.txt. So match at least 3-letter words. Okay. Advanced processing, modify words, all lowercase. Lowercase all the words. Converts all the words into lowercase. Add comment. Well, I don't think we need to add prefixes or suffixes. We don't need to do leet speak. Let's see. If you have multiple files, merge and deduplicate. So cat sort u combined. Okay, so we'll use the first thing that it suggested over there. So grep something something. And we're going to turn this into a password list. So it's 3. Anis, hello, nice to see you here. Welcome, welcome. We're just doing some hacking stuff. Let's see, this is going to be called passwords.txt. Sure, why not? And then we're going to add to passwords.txt the stuff in this directory. You know, even if we don't, even if this is not the way to solve the box, at least we're having fun. Okay, so passwords.txt, what does it look like? It looks like this. I think what I want to do is I'll keep this intact. If this doesn't work, maybe I'll try educational nonetheless. Well, we try to keep things educational over here. Okay, so still brute forcing. We got the password.txt. Let's move it over. So move passwords.txt over to the temp directory. Okay. Remember to remove duplicates. Yeah, we should probably do that. Okay. So cat passwords.txt and then sort u, right? So that's sort and then unique C. Okay. So we've got a bunch of sort unique. So that gets rid of all of our duplicates, and we want to get rid of our white space. So tr delete spaces, and we will turn this into pass.txt. Okay, so how many lines does this have? So word count is, line count is 6567, and the other file, passwords.txt, is 9000. Okay, well, it's a good thing we trimmed it down. Let's go ahead and I guess we could try using netexec over here. You might be able to do this with all those txt files too. I could, but it's all ipsum lorem ipsum stuff. It's probably not legitimate. So all these users we found in the other files, they're not legitimate. We'll just get rid of them all. We'll stick to the ones that we know are valid. So not this one, not this one, just these ones. Okay, so let's go ahead and do our Brute force. It feels like I'm doing brute force like all day, every day. Of course, that's not the case, but it does. Sometimes it does feel like it. Okay, so pass.txt. Okay, so it looks like we are not getting anything. So that's like 500 lines and like 4 legitimate users. So that's like 2,000 lines. So 2,000 login attempts that are being done here. Okay. So, man, what else can we try? There's got to be some little detail that I'm not aware of. Glog says, in a real environment, hopefully by now your IP is blocked. Well, I think I don't know if they can do brute force protection with the Kerberos protocol. I should probably look that up. So let's see, brute force Kerberos, brute force Kerberos. Let's see, IP. What is it? Account lockout. Sinbleed says, you can easily breach via DNS. Currently, DNS security solutions are slow and not worthy for advanced threats. So let's see, configuring account lockout, Kerberos documentation. So account lockout can make it more difficult to attack a principal's password by brute force. So I'm assuming that you can do, I'm assuming that you can do Kerberos account lockout. How to prevent a user lockout on Azure AD from brute force attack. Real attackers would proxy the attack through IoT botnets and scare the SOC into banning legitimate users. Yeah, if you can, well, I mean, you would find some way to proxy all that stuff so that it wouldn't be too many requests from the same IP address. I guess you would try to rotate your IP addresses, but I mean, who can afford to? Well, I'm sure there's a way. There's a way you could do that. Open proxy chains for domains i7, i3 as well. But let's yeah. So all of our brute force stuff hasn't been working. So even if we could brute force, actually, we'll do the attack again. We're going to grep v on failure. Yeah, so we only get the legitimate ones. So we got the Lucas Miller account name, but let's see. Simply says, you ever been to Black Hat or DEF CON? There was one talk. Don't remember to break it. Don't remember to break it. Remember to break it or don't remember to break it? Let me know which one it is. I've never been to Black Hat or DEF CON, but I am interested. Maybe one of these days. We got ads running on Twitch, so ads will run on YouTube, and we'll also watch some birds. How about these birds? Oh, no birds. How about... Yeah, how about these birds? Okay, I'm gonna take a little water break. So this is what the bird is supposed to do. It's supposed to grab each one of these nuts and shake it around to make sure that it's a good nut, and then choose the best nut and then fly away with it. Of course, these smaller birds can't pick up any nuts. Well, they can't pick up the shelled peanuts. They can just get the smaller little peanut kernels. Okay, you don't recall. That's fine, that's fine. But one of these days, I'll probably come up against a CTF challenge where you're not allowed to do brute forcing, and then I'm gonna have to. I guess if you can't do brute forcing, you have to do password spraying. But password spraying is well, you need to have a good list for password spraying. Actually, you don't need a good list. You need a good password for password spraying. Something that you definitely think is going to be a potential password. Okay, so nothing there. I'm going to try, just in case, let's try AsRep roasting with the users list. Yeah, nothing, there's no AsRep roasting here. Huh, I'm running out of stuff to do. Maybe there are some other ports that I need to pay attention to here. This is the Neptune box, DC01. I wonder what is happening on this port over here. That's an unusual looking service. Glog says, can you check with PDF images if there are images in the PDF files? I think there were images in a couple of the PDF files. Hold on, let me take a look. Let me take a look at this one. Pebble says, anything on port 80? Just got here. I don't know what we've done. Yeah, we found a bunch of PDF files in one of the directories, and we've been trying to figure out if there's anything interesting in these PDF files. Pebble, welcome to the stream. If anybody doesn't know Pebble, I will give Pebble a shout out right now. Pebble is a very knowledgeable. Let's see, Pebble. There you go. Is a very knowledgeable CTF player. Does a lot of Hack the Box and VulnLab, and they've got their OSCP and they've got their CPTS, and yeah, they're a great InfoSec person. Neems, hello, nice to see you here. Nice to see that you're back. And we're just going to take a look and see what's going on in the server. And they were, and yeah, Pebble was streaming earlier today. Okay, so this is going to be, what is it? 192, 168. Oh no, it was Neptune.thl docs. What? Oh. Okay, so yeah, this was another ipso lorem thing as well. But there was something interesting in the Neem says, what time are you ending? So I'm probably going to be ending in the next 15 or 20 minutes. Let's see. All those files got to be there for a reason. You check the contents and metadata of each. Yeah, we've been looking through the metadata, and we managed to get a bunch of usernames out of them, but we only found one username that was legitimate. Neem says, I'm trying to do my first CTF, but I don't have a team. Oh, Neems, can you tell me what the name of the CTF is? I think you told us about it at the beginning of the stream. Bandit says, haven't been playing close attention, but have you done password spraying against WinRM? WinRM. Password spraying against WinRM. So the WinRM password is going to be the same as the SMB password. I haven't come across... I don't think it's possible to have a separate password for WinRM versus SMB. If it's possible, let me know, because I've never heard of it. Okay, so Thomas Brown, Lucas Miller, Emma Johnson. Let's check out the other PDF files. So there's also 1129 and 215. So 1129. Okay, so it looks like... How about 215? Okay, so there are no image files in here. Pebble, you know what? We've been doing stuff like that. We did a PDF to text converter, and we grepped for all the stuff. We also took all of the text from the PDF files, and we created a password list out of them. But we didn't find any. We didn't have anything. We didn't get any good stuff out of there either. So we made a file called passwords.txt, made up of every one of the words that we found in the PDF files, and yeah, didn't quite work. That's fine. That's fine. We only created the password list out of 3 files. We could go back. We could go back and make passwords out of the rest of those files. Let's, just for fun, let's try that. So, thank you very much for following, Mobius. Mobius, thank you. Who were you talking about who was live earlier today? That was Pebble. So Pebble was live earlier today. They do a lot of more advanced CTF boxes. They're usually doing stuff in the hard and the hard difficulty and the insane difficulty over at Hack the Box. They know what they're doing as far as CTF boxes is concerned. Anyways, Mobius, thank you very much. Let me give you a Hack the Planet for your troubles.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get it!
Let's see, Glog says, not likely to help us, but we should be... Yeah, we should try doing this anyways. So what was the command? The command was grep something something. Are they beginner friendly or not? Pebble, are you do you consider yourself beginner friendly? Let us know, because Neems is looking for... Are you looking for beginner friendly content, Neems? So was it grep? And maybe we can grep this for all of the files at the same time. Yeah, okay. We can. Hold on. So we redirect that to all the pass.txt. Okay, and Oh, you know what? That doesn't look great. We need to modify this. So we would modify this by doing pipe it into cut D, cut delimiter this, and F2. Yeah, okay, so this is all of the, these are all the words. Pebble says, try to be. I always try to answer questions. Most of my content has started to become pretty advanced. Yeah, Pebble's trying to get a job in the InfoSec industry. Are you trying to get... Are you looking for network pentester or web app pentester, or are you looking for... Are you picky as far as that is concerned? Because I actually know a company. I know a company that might be hiring for a web app position. Pebble, send me a private message on Twitch. Actually, do we? I don't know if we have like Discord in common or not. But send me a message on Twitch. Maybe I can send your name to somebody who's looking for web app testers. Okay, so we got all the paths over here. We probably want to trim it down. Yeah, no worries. Just send me a whisper on Twitch. Maybe we can help each other out. Okay, so get that thing and turn it into... Tim O'Brien says, are you using fish? Let's see. Neem says, where can I find your content? Oh, yeah, you can find Pebble on, they're on Twitch and YouTube. Let me see if I can find... Let's see. infosecstreams.com. And let's look up Pebble. Oh, Pebble's right there. So this is Pebble's Twitch. Oh, okay. Tim O'Brien. Yeah, we're using ZSH, not Fish. It's ZSH, the standard one for Kali Linux. Yeah. Oh, so how do you suppress grep from providing the file name? Is it But Tim O'Brien, hey, welcome to the stream, and have a Nyan Cat on me. There you go. Okay, let's so cut D. Field 2, we're gonna output it to, what is it? All the paths 2.txt. Cat, the paths 2.txt. Okay, we got all that stuff. We probably want to sort this thing. Oh, grep H, okay. So right now, whoa, that's a lot of lines. So that's 800,000 lines. We should probably sort it. Sort and then unique. And we'll call this all the past 3. Okay, so cat all the past 3.txt. And what's that word count? Oh, oh no! Oh no, I shouldn't have done the word count there. I screwed up. Hold on. Man. Okay. So now we can take a look at the word count for all the past 3. So we cut the word count down from 80,000 to 590. That's nice. Okay, so let's see. Let's move this out. So all the pass3.txt, and we're gonna move it into TMP. Okay, let's do... We're going to do some brute force over here with the new password list that we created. Brute forcing over here isn't working. Let's see. Neem says, "What's the schedule for Monday?" Okay, yeah, I can answer that. So we've got a HackerFrogs Reddit. It's going to be at Reddit r HackerFrogs. And this is the schedule for... Oh, wait. Yeah, this is the schedule for week 17. So week 17 is going to be April 21st until April 28th. Or no, wait. April 21st to April 25th. Here you go. If you want to take a look. Interbot44 says, "Why do you use mouse?" Why do I use mouse? That's a good question. I use the mouse because I can't do everything in the terminal. If I could do everything in the terminal and it was easy, then I would, but sometimes you have to use the mouse. Okay, so what's happening on Monday? So Monday we're going to be doing some vibe coding for hacking. Vibe coding for hacking, we're going to be, what are we going to be doing? What should we vibe code? I was thinking maybe we could vibe code like a web app so they could do some testing against it. We could try vibe coding a web app and create all the little web pages for it. Maybe we'll use PHP because I'm interested in learning more about PHP. I use the mouse because it's attached to the computer. Let's see, what else are we doing on Monday? We're going to do some over-the-wire Bandit. We'll get finished with Bandit eventually. We're aiming to do the next 5 levels of Bandit. And then we're going to be doing some Linux hacking. So there's dockerlabs.es. It's a website where you can download vulnerable Docker containers, and we're going to be doing the Chocolate Lovers Challenge over there. Pebble says, "No, please, no vibe coding." Let's see. No vibe coding. Okay. Well, I mean, if I want to just make some vulnerable code that I could use for testing security against, vibe coding is actually not that bad an idea. Big Fish, thank you very much for the follow on Twitch. Why don't you have a... Oh, what do we got? What do we got? How about a War Games? Haven't used this one in a while.
We're in.
Shall we play a game?
How about global thermonuclear war?
Okay, so yeah, so that's what we're going to be doing on Monday. So if you don't have if you're not signed up for if you have Reddit and you're not part of the HackerFrogs Reddit, why not? Because you can get the schedule for each one of our streams. We do a stream on every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. GredXT says, "When the Silicon Valley startup hires only the best and brightest vibe coders." Huh. I hope not. But yeah, I mean, vibe coding's fine for if you don't care about the quality of your code. I'm serious. If you just want to make some do some really slapdash code that that may or may not work, vibe coding's fine. But if you're very serious about making something that's going to be quality, then maybe not so much with the vibe coding. Vibe coding is also much worse if you don't actually know how to code in the language that you're dealing with. So if you're vibe coding in a language you know nothing about, that's going to be some very bad times. And actually, I guess that qualifies for me as well, because if I want to vibe code in PHP, that's going to be some very bad times. Anyways, we'll figure something out. Rafael Vieira has just subscribed on YouTube. Thank you very much for the subscription. And you know what? Let's go ahead and give that person a. Is this a hacking?
Is this a hacking?
So let's see. To the person who let's see, who was asking me about the mouse. Why do you Interbot asked why do I use the mouse? It's because I can't always be on the terminal. Okay, so we still having problems. We weren't able to brute force with that stuff either. I'm not too sure. I'm not too sure what to do anymore. What is this port? I want to figure out what service is running on this. RPC over HTTP 1.0. The problem here is that we will get to the point where LLMs produce when the LLMs produce stuff that's hard to distinguishable from good code. Vibe coding does not help in learning, though. If you want to learn PHP, you're gonna have to learn you're gonna have to get your hands dirty. That's true. That's true. If I really want to learn PHP, well, I mean, LLMs are okay for explaining code that you don't quite understand, and I think it's okay to write little snippets of code using LLMs, as long as you're stopping and examining why the code is doing what it's doing. Otherwise, it's like cheating on a test. You might get like the marks, but you didn't really learn anything. Okay, so what else do we have here? There's got to be something. Okay, what was that port? Let's try connecting to Netcat on that port. 56. Alright, let's try accessing it on the web browser. Don't think I'm going to get anything here. Neem says, what are you doing right now? What is the objective? The objective is to find some sort of password. So we've got a bunch of usernames. We've got like 5 different usernames, but we have no idea what the passwords might be. If we can get some sort of... We tried brute forcing a bunch of different ways, but we haven't been able to find any legitimate credentials. So GridXT, I don't think so. It would be harder and harder to find what is required from some programmer in the future. The Pajaro 88, hello, the Pajaro, nice to see you here. And you know, the Pajaro, if you want to suggest to me some subject or topic you want me to cover on the stream, you are still able to tell me what you want to see on the stream, because that's what membership gets you. And I think you subscribed to membership at the highest level on the YouTube, and you can just tell me what you want to see. If you want to see me program in PHP, or if you want to see me do some, well, I don't know, wacky stuff, let me know, because this is what I offer to the members on the YouTube. Neem says only members get that? Yeah, well, if you not only members, but if you suggest something to me, I'm whatever you think is cool. Thank you. But yeah, if you all want to suggest something you want to see on the stream as well, go ahead and suggest it. Of course, you know, it's not guaranteed. But you know what I am going to be doing next week, because on Wednesday, I had such a bad time with, what was it? Insecure deserialization. I'm going to do a demonstration on how to do all of the insecure deserialization labs from Portswigger next week. Because when I encounter something that kicks my butt, I really want to learn how to do that thing. NatS 26 and 27. NatS 26 and 27. Well, I finished NatS 26 after a while, but I had to look up the solution for it, unfortunately. But I got pretty close. The problem with NatS 26 was that I wasn't defining the PHP code in the right place. Let me talk a little bit about this. What is it? Walkthroughs. Neem says, what I was going to request is not really cool. It's more of a walkthrough for a beginner room. If you want to suggest a walkthrough for a beginner room, that's fine too, because I do beginner content. Is this beginner room? Well, I mean, is it available for free? Like I like to do content that's that everybody can have access to. If I'm doing like subscriber only content, then it feels less good. But Neems, if you've got like a beginner room that you want me to do like a walkthrough for, that's fine. Just let me know what platform it's on and the name of the name of the challenge. Where are we? So over the wire, NatS. This was level 26. Wait, did I not record this? Oh wow, I feel really bad. I did a write-up for level 26. Oh man. I did a whole write-up for level 26, but I guess I forgot to press save. Oh man, womp womp. Or did I save it as level 27? No. Oh, I saved it as level 27 by mistake. Okay. So I just, yeah. So this is what happened with the NatS 26. So what we needed to do was we needed to do the insecure deserialization, but we needed to define the stuff we wanted to copy, the PHP code, inside the construct function. So we tried doing it in the destruct function, and we tried doing it inside of the instantiation over here, but that stuff didn't work. We were targeting the wrong function was the problem. But after we did that, we were able to, after we did it with the right function, then we were able to get the password for the next level. But yeah, the Vajro, you're asking for NatS 27 or NatS 20. You want the next level in NatS? That's very easy for me to do because I'm doing that series. I'm doing that series anyways. But yeah, I'm going through all of the insecure deserialization labs. I think there are like 4 or 5 of them. We're gonna go through them all on like Wednesday. Okay, maybe not all of them. We're not going to do the expert ones, but I'm going to try to at least do the first 4 or 5 and demonstrate these on Wednesday next week. But it's almost 9 o'clock. I gotta get going. So before we go, let's see if any awesome people are on infosecstreams.com. It looks like I'm the only one on infosecstreams.com. Okay, and we also have an ad running on Twitch. So when ads run on Twitch, we also run them on YouTube. And should probably look for someone awesome that we can raid on twitch.tv. Oh, HackerWitch. HackerWitch is streaming. So HackerWitch also does cybersecurity content. And let's see what they're doing right now. WStream. Thank you very much for the vote of confidence. Let's see what HackerWitch is up to. Padron88 says, just didn't remember what level is the last one. Okay, what are we talking about here? We got the HackerWitch. What's the title? It's the title of the stream. JavaScript lesson after JavaScript lesson after party. Okay, so if you're interested in JavaScript or after parties, then you will appreciate the HackerWitch. Tell them that the hacker, tell them that the Shy Hat sent you, and send this raid message: OS Frog, hip hop hack, OS Frog. Big fan of after parties. Of course, everybody is. Okay, so please send that message. Let's raid HackerWitch. Before we go out, let's do one last Hack the Planet.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet!
Okay, before we go, big shout out to all of our chatters in here. So GradXT, Neems, the Pajaro88, and Glog, as well as Pebble and Big Fish. If there's anybody I missed, I'm sorry, but we will see you next time. Have a great weekend, and hack the planet, everybody.